This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
Football, rugby, it's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
As the weather has been throughout the match, it is still as gorgeous and still as beautiful. Is it as beautiful as the cricket that we will see here today? It's South Africa A versus Bangladesh A in this first 4-day match, and South Africa A riding smoothly throughout the first 2 days. Day 3 is known as moving day, but boy has the day moved and the match moved since the very beginning. We are at the Tuks Oval in Tshwane. The weather is beautiful, 0 chance of rain, the temperature's hot, and everything is ready for a pristine day of cricket. This broadcast is brought to you by Mega Live. We are on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel, and in commentary, it's myself, Pendulo Makubane. I am with 6 Sochelelwa.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to our viewers. Clear blue skies in Pretoria. As we look at Bangladesh A tour of South Africa's schedule. In Tshwane, move down the road to Potchefstroom, Bloemfontein, Kimberley, and wrapping it up in Potchefstroom with that one-day series between the two sides. So it is a lengthy tour for Bangladesh, after the emerging side had been here, got some success against South Africa emerging. So some familiarity with South African conditions, but boy, do they have a day and a half today. As we look at the two sides, South Africa A, Senokwane, Ditole, particularly Senokwane, who would have felt like he missed out, having seen the likes of Zubair Hamza, Marcus Ackerman, Sinatemba Kleshile really getting stuck in and really pushing South Africa towards that 500, 600 mark. Bangladesh A, how do they approach the day? That's the question. We all talk about the common cliche in cricket, the first hour. How do you negotiate the first hour? It becomes so important today, but most importantly, the man there, Tsepontuli, when is he brought into the game? Do the conditions allow him to be brought in as soon as possible? Or do we see lengthy spells from Kutsia, Cody Yusuf, who are really potent up front?
With Bangladesh A, you speak about that first hour, their top 5 is an elite set of Bangladeshi batters. They've all played for Bangladesh before. Mohammed Naeem Sheikh, tall left-hander. We don't have to speak about Mahmudul Hassan Joy, first Bangladeshi player to score 100 in South African shores. Shahadat Deepu and Zakir Hassan were one of those players in that emerging tour. So they've been here for quite a while, and so they should be able to adjust. And Mahidul Islam Ankon was the guy who instigated that saving innings for Bangladesh in that emerging game last week. So those top 5 have an immense responsibility, 6, to keep that middle order safe from the elite bowling that South Africa have produced since day 1. And so a high level of application is going to be necessary, high level of patience, and not chasing the game here, because South Africa
put your fielders where you want to put. It allows you to be attacking if you want. But looking at those economy rates, it must have been a tough time for the captain trying to get some momentum to try put South Africa under pressure. None was such.
They lost Iqbal Hussein Imon. But Bongani Jayalem is having a good one for his 100th first-class game. Probably might have a shortish one if South Africa are able to quickly get the runs that they need in the morning. Probably help Rishi see that 200, because if he's batted so well, he's overcome his highest score, which was 186 last season. That 186 actually should have been a 200 as well, because he threw the wicket away. So here's his chance now to convert what has been an amazing start into a 200, and he has the perfect partner in Delano Potgieter.
Yeah, interesting times for Sinathemba Qeshile, who for many years would have enjoyed the drive into St. George's Park, enjoyed the beach, enjoyed everything about Gqeberha, and in recent times has made the trip up to Gauteng and particularly Centurion with the Titans. And so having made that move and these sort of innings, almost establish himself within that setup. But between these two as well, and I'll throw in Hamza in that hat, they are also eyeing a spot. They're all eyeing a spot at a possible chance as we look into South Africa's summer, with Australia coming, Bangladesh coming, England coming. There will be casualties there, looking at the two sets of bowling attacks with the Proteas and Australia.
It's already started now. So many teams in action. Delano Potgieter in one of those teams, the South Africa A48 side. For the very first time, he's been in the South Africa A team for the white ball stuff, but his performances over the past couple of years have signaled that his red ball game is elite. 26-year-old Animal Haq sharing most of the load without Iqbal Hussein Imon. He's a hard worker. Think of a Peter Siddle 6. This is what you have with Animal Haq. Hits hard, length, top of the stumps, and we start day number 3. That's what he does, but it's good timing from Delano Potgieter to get the match going. 622 for 5, turns to 624 with a couple.
Yeah, it was a laboured charge in from Animal. Possibly heavy legs. 20 overs yesterday. And so just looking to find a length, just to get that first ball out of his hand. Just look at his run-up. Tells you everything you need to know about his body, how tense it is.
And look, you've bowled the whole of yesterday, you've stood the whole of yesterday. You need to start a new day knowing that you are so far behind the game. But bowling is a rhythmical thing. You need to get into that rhythm to just start off your day well. At least it didn't start off with a boundary, because they've been prone to delivering boundary balls within the 6 of their over.
Interesting that for the first ball, he opted to come over the wicket and immediately looked to come around, and with that second delivery, got a bit of purchase, slight movement away from the left-hander. That's the area, that's the area. That's the area. Forcing the batter early on to come onto the front foot. It's a healthy outside edge, doesn't carry to the keeper. First boundary.
It's an excellent delivery from Animal Haq. Draws that front foot. It's that little movement that takes the ball away. And because of the setup that South Africa have with so many runs, you understand why Bangladesh are not reinforcing their attacking options, rather remaining defensive, believing that having that one wide slip will be enough, considering the situation of the game they're in. But then, if the edge is a little bit fine, it will go between that gap. It needs a big, heavy edge. Good bowling from Animal Haq. You know, it's another edge. That's unfortunate. That's unlucky from Animal Haq again.
So for me, the thinking here as they approach day 3, a long chat must have been heard in the changing room coming out. What are we looking for? What are we looking to do this morning? It can't be that we're looking to pluck out the gaps. The game is far ahead in terms of South Africa's favor. And so what are we looking for as a team? Strike early. So let's put our attacking fielders, get the slip cord in. As we know, in South Africa, that first hour is so important. So if you can break this partnership early, we almost wipe out the deficit that we have and approach it as is. We are looking for 5 wickets, and then from there on, try bring ourselves back into the game. They've resorted to defensive mode immediately, and now they look to have that second slip. And look how comfortable now Potgieter is on that off stump and just blocks it out nicely. It's just sorry, it's just a mind game thing, and your approach immediately.
So just like we're speaking about the importance of being patient as and the 2-4s have shown that the edges are there, so it's good that they've made that adjustment now. But just like it's a rhythm thing to bowl, it's a rhythm thing to bat as well. And so it seems as if with those 2 edges, how many chances is a Potgieter going to give you? And it's gotten more comfortable now to win the over. It's 632 for 5 after 126.
Again, conversation between captain and bowler as they walk out. I've spoken at length with the greats of Makai and Dini, who will tell you, even if I'm coming from a drinks break or a lunch break, my stock standard, 2 slips. It gives me a great sense of belief as a bowler that you, as a captain, and myself, and the wicketkeeper, and the entire team, we are still looking for wickets. We are still looking for wickets, and our approach is, and if you look at that over, if you were to have a pitch map of that first over, that's a brilliant opening over. That he found those 2 edges speaks of what the captain would have asked of him: pitch it outside off, draw the batter forward, and create chances for us. And he did exactly that.
So they've left with the 2 slip fielders now for Al Fahad. Bowls it a little bit wide. It's going to be cut away. It's a single taken by Qeshile. 19-year-old Al Fahad just comes from the Under-19 World Cup alongside Iqbal Hussein Nimon. It is unfortunate that they have to carry so many loads because Iqbal Hussein Nimon is their most threatening bowler. He is their most dangerous bowler. And so they've lost their biggest threat in their seam attack. And with 2 slips and a gully, Al Fahad to start this game needs to hit these areas that we're constantly speaking about here. 6, trying to hit the top of off stump, trying to get that ball into that outside edge. That's Nesamba Qeshile. He's gotten himself off the mark to start day number 3. But you see now he's starting a little bit short here, Al Fahad. But it's just getting himself into his tempo.
Yeah, I like how he hustles. I like how he's charging in. Slingy action. And to have those 3 slips, he will need to operate almost there and about on that length. Potgieter looking to play on the back foot early on. You might fancy yourself and find that outside edge. It being first couple of overs in the day.
But you see now, you really speak about the thing of him getting comfort and him starting to own his crease. He can play on all sides of the field. We've seen that from his white ball game. I've seen that from what he does with the Lions in the 4-day game. The moment you are not on those areas, he's easy on it, well balanced through the shot as well.
See, I can't quite understand how he's immediately then gone around the wicket, where his previous ball, his second ball, finds a good length, sees Potgieter is looking to play on the back foot. And then he goes around wide outside off and gets a single.
That's the ideal length that Al Fahad needs to be bowling at. And I guess it's just been a thing that they've been doing even with the left-handers, trying to get the ball to target the stumps. And the issue is they have not been hitting the stumps enough. They just have not been hitting the stumps enough.
It's that second delivery, got a bit of purchase. Elevation of the ball. And what they did then when he came around the wicket, they dropped that point out onto the deep and he picked up an easy single. Almost allowing Kreshil and Potgieter to get into the morning. Good length, good line. I just want us to have a look at that second ball again. He's a bit tall, the youngster. Kreshil heavy on the back foot. The nervous 190s, not a lot of players get to experience that, so there will be jitters, there will be nerves.
And the thing is, he doesn't spend much time in his 90s. Doesn't spend enough time in his 90s. He blasts through it.
Just pushing at it. Solid. Defensive. 2 from the over. 127 gone. 634 for 5.
Naeem Hassan with the ball. He will feel sad about himself.
Again, on the back foot. It's just a length that they need to settle on. Often is the challenge with fast bowlers coming from Asia because they're not often presented with such conditions. Often having to play second fiddle. You get a taste of that new ball. After 15, 20 odd overs, they turn to their spinners. And so talking about workloads, is a proper workloads for the fast bowlers, 21, 22 overs.
Personally, I've been liking Animal Haq. I've been liking the work that he does. The only time I didn't like it was on the new ball coming in because he was bowling it a little bit too short. But when he finds that length to hit the stumps, sometimes even the line doesn't matter because it's so hard to get away with the speed at which he bowls at.
Good ball. That's the challenge coming around the wicket. Quite clear that he's targeting that front leg. Potgieter shuffling across, looking to protect that off stump, but also looking to attack onto the leg side. So he presents an opportunity for Animal, but he needs to be on that stump-to-stump line to bring in that LBW shout. Still running in gingerly.
And the thing that he does really well, Animal Haq, is bowling to his field. Understands where his fields are, then he understands where his areas are. He has a very good short ball because it surprises you. You think that, he's a little bit of a shorter stance, he's not going to get it up. First couple of balls that Nesamba Kreshil faced in his overs yesterday, first couple of balls came to his face. And so Animal Haq can have a couple of surprises. Think of Andile Mokhakane, for instance. Gives you those same type of vibes with his bowling.
Shortish this time around. Tries of catch it. Possibly the first bit of excitement this morning.
You can imagine it's always the very loose ball that kind of gets suspect to the batter. Was feeling for it. But as I speak about Animal Haq bowling to his field, even if he connected to that, there's a deep fine leg behind the back of Delano Potgieter. but he's very lucky not to get a touch there. It's a great grab behind the stumps from Maedulis Lamankon. Very easily swings away from him and goes for 4 buys.
Better. I like that area. I like that area. It almost forces Potgieter into a shot, because as well as a bowler, what you want early on is this. You don't want the batter showing his arms and the ball going through to the keeper. Stump to stump, draw the batter forward.
Almost a sense of deja vu, because this is what exactly the case was yesterday. When the game started, the day started, they were bowling exactly these areas.
Better, there's the cry, there's the cry. There it is. That's the perfect delivery. Opted to come around, knew his options, needed to be precise with his length and the line, coming around the wicket. That's the breakthrough.
It's great bowling from Animal Haq. It's really, really good. It's building up that pressure, and he never relented on the stumps. Delano Potgieter was comfortable outside the off stump, so he changed that line and said, let's see where you are with your pad work. He pitches this one, and it just moves into Delano Potgieter. He gets the length perfect. And it's that little shuffle across the stumps that undoes Delano Potgieter. And he's gone for a well-played 43 in his very first outing in the white colors of SAA.
Fantastic over. Yeah, I did speak of how they can get themselves back into the game. It might look like a dream at this point, 512, but it's just chipping away. As they bring to the wicket Gerald Coetzee, who we can regard as an all-rounder. Maybe he's out there to have some fun. Sheila is still stuck on 191. Was the end of the over. So Sheila is on strike.
Getting into the bowlers now, and I think it's important to try and manage this situation. You want your bowlers to be as fresh as possible when they start bowling, so you don't want them to spend too much time batting. You don't want the possibilities of a ball on a day 3 pitch popping up and hitting an arm and disabling them from bowling for the rest of the day. So it's really now on.
Clipped away neatly. Yeah, here's the call as he looks for 2. Yeah, and the beauty from a Bangladesh point of view, they would have had the perfect view looking at the conditions and how the pitch is playing. And what we've seen already this morning, uneven bounce. The ball prior to the wicket-taking delivery, as he bent his back looking for that short ball, didn't quite get the elevation he was looking for. And so it's straight down the leg side, beautifully taken by the wicket-keeper. Very next ball, opts for a fuller delivery. Played away. Yeah, is the call. Looking for 2. So it's just that uneven bounce that they need to negotiate, these two, Coetzee and Kreshila. But at the back of their minds, they will be mindful, Bangladesh. Obviously, having seen Coetzee in the first innings and how he operates and his lengths, they'll be mindful of that as well. Certainly no demons on the surface, but it's certainly playing as a day 3 surface does.
Just notice how Kreshila played that. He's got squared up a little bit. And it's all about hitting the correct areas, and then when the ball hits those areas, whether it comes in or it goes away, it asks the questions to the batter. It's a nice short one from Al Fahad, but then back to your point, the ball just dying towards the wicketkeeper.
Like his build. Built like a genuine fast bowler. And the elevation, there it is. Plenty of time to get himself in line, Kreshila, which tells you there isn't much pace behind it. Again, this one just loops almost off a trampoline to the wicketkeeper.
It's the second one for the over, so he can't bowl another. But also at the same time, with the line that he bowled at that, you can just notice there's a green patch of grass where that ball pitched. That grass helps the ball get more life as it goes past the batter through to the wicketkeeper, juxtaposed to the previous one, which was a little bit more straighter to Kleshile, where there's a drier patch of grass. So the ball is going to die on its way. It's going to lose that pace, which is why Kleshile was able to align and adjust. And so that shows variable pace as well on the surface, which is just more danger signs for Bangladesh.
Yeah, possibly, if there is a fast bowler sitting at home watching this production, we'll be looking at this youngster and areas that he can improve. Just looking at that front arm. Looking at that front arm at the point of release, but side on. This is how he looks like, and the elevation that we're talking about and lack thereof, which is possibly what has caused Kreshila to play late and, as you've mentioned, squaring himself up.
I like how he came back from the short delivery, went straight back into the stumps. It's good control of length from Al Fahad.
Look at that front arm, not fully extended. And possibly that's where he can look to almost get a bit of more pace as he gets that front arm full straight. As the over ends at 129 overs gone, 638 for 6.
Sporty Bets bringing us this broadcast alongside Mega Live. The lead keeps on ballooning. It keeps ballooning, which allows them a chance to play with more runs in their quest to get wickets. So even though it might seem like they're taking time away from the game, they're giving themselves more ammunition also to bowl hard. And right now, Kleshile on 195. Gavin Captain looked really good for his 38. It was a lackadaisical right arm. It's such a lackadaisical run out. Borget had gone this morning.
Labored on the offside, and Kutsia says, thank you very much. 4 more.
Looked effortless from Gerald Kutsia. Such was the length and the width if offered by Animal Haq. He just lent his hand onto it. There was enough power through it. There's gaps everywhere. And the body language of Bangladesh is not really the most positive. It's hard to be positive when the situation is like this. Very well played, though, from Gerald Kutsia.
Stays leg side. Looking to free the arms. Sort of deliveries that add on to that dejaded side. Lovely. It's the angle that does Kutsia this time around because he's standing leg side. But I just want us to go back to Al Fahad, talking about that front arm. It was a huge talking point with the left armour, the lanky left armour in Janssen, and how he brings that arm across just to give you that extra bit of pace and the nuances of fast bowling when you come to conditions like this. Often fast bowlers from Asia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, as we all know, the greats of Pakistan bowlers, it's a bit more skill than looking for seam movement.
The ball is moving around. Remember, this ball currently is about to be 50 overs old. It was taken instantly when it was available on over number 80. And to think that on day 3, ball is old, it's still getting some movement out of the surface. This should tell you that there's something for the South Africans to continuously work with, because look at how much it deviated from those stumps and rocketed back to Gerald Kutsia.
Animal into his third over this morning. Wide on the surface. Again, look at the elevation. That's going to be the concern for Bangladesh. That's going to excite Coetzee, but perhaps not at this moment.
All the more reason for Animal Haq to be more at the stumps. There's no need to try and be fancy when the ball is doing this, keeping low, it's seaming around too. And Gerald Coetzee is not really moving his feet. So if you go to the stumps, you open up that gap for you to try and get those wickets. He's pretty tall too, so trying to get down on it is going to be a little bit difficult for Big Gerald. Hit the stumps.
And the issue here is, as we see this one, almost on a similar length, that uneven bounce is on that good length. That's the concern for the batters, the right-hand batters, that is. That uneven bounce is on that almost length where not quite sure to come forward or stay back. Hence his tentative Coetzee, waiting for the ball that's going to jack back in. But it is a good length that he's operating at, Animal, but it's that uneven bounce that is on a good length.
Becomes a very disciplined bowler. Here comes in the mid-wicket, alluding to the fact that now he's going to attack the stumps a bit more. The ball is seaming into the right-hander, more chance of popping it to the mid-wicket.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Dot to end the over. 642 for 6.
Bowls really well, Animal Haq.
And also the usage of the crease. A couple of deliveries where he's gone wide off the surf on the delivery crease, which then always draws you as a batter forward.
No Iqbal Hussain Iman, he's only bowled 4 overs, so much of the workload falling to Animal Haq and Al Fahad. They've taken the wicket, so imagine if they did have the option of the third seamer. Naeem and Murad with 73 overs for the spin bowlers, and they've only taken 1 run and going at 5 runs to the overs in combined. That's not a good return for your main spin bowlers. But here's Al Fahad.
Right behind it, Krishila, 195, 5 away. His first double ton. Standing outside his crease. Full, clipped away on the leg side neatly. Good balance. And it's just clipped away for 4.
Him standing out of the crease that much just indicates the lack of pace on the surface as well. And that changes a very good ball into a half volley. And it does so well. It's a little bit straight as well from Al Fahad. Made it look easy. Moves to 199. A lot of people in the comments saying, get to 200, declare. Especially Yakus Neyman was with us the whole of yesterday. Just get the 200 now, and then let the bowlers come and let it rip. Especially with all of this uneven bounce we're witnessing here. But this is the occasion we've been waiting for.
Fahad opts for a shorter delivery this time around, where he's actually generating all that pace and the ability to bend that back. Look at that left arm. Someone wanted to almost come up a bit more, as you are taught in KFC mini cricket, or Baker's cricket, if you were, to really fully extend that front arm, to sling it back down to get that extra bit of pace and often at times that movement away. Alfahad. Keshile. Yeah! Oh! His heart in his mouth. Alfahad thought he had done the job. Naeem hand on head, but it's thumbs up for Keshile. An effort and a half. A different zip code for the young man as he's moved from St. George's Park to the Titans. A new chapter in his career. What a way to start. 200. That's a fantastic innings from the young man, the young wicketkeeper, who is looking for greener pastures.
For the first time in his career, he gets his 200 runs. And
Yeah, we did anticipate this.
It's an instant declaration. It makes perfect sense. We've all been speaking about it, but it doesn't take away the fact that this has been one of the finest innings you will notice. And when last did we see 2 scores of 200 in one innings? Deserved celebrations from everyone under that gazebo, even including the women's coach, Mandla Mashimbi, who's come in and joined on to the action. Charles Langeveld, all of them. It's an awesome occasion for Snetsemba Qeshile.
Yeah, as a youngster who spent a lot of time, as I say, down in the Eastern Cape, but learned his trade in East London, where he would have spent a lot of time with Kenny Watson, Dave Arlers, and he was part of a core group of players to come out of the school, and much was expected of the young man. And as I say, perhaps is this now coming of age of Sinetembe Qeshile. It is a lengthy summer we have in South Africa, and so opportunities will present themselves, and what a way to start. What a way to say to Shukri Conrad, I'm here. I've made the move. I'm in Pretoria now. I'm scoring the runs. Certainly this will put his name into that hat. What a wonderful innings. And as you say, not often you get 2 batters scoring 200 in an innings, but it gives you an indication of how hungry the players are and what is at stake. Those 3 players are a key figure, who I'm sure one of them will get an opportunity in that Proteas setup.
And it's just the strike rates that were so dominant. Qeshile, whilst he was batting, when Ackerman was going at a run per ball as well. happening. And I'm sure we are all waiting for Kreshile to get that 200. Jaco Sneeman sending his celebrations. More people coming in. Michael saying, we used to dream of 2 centurions in 1 innings. And that's what it needs to be. Potgieter has lost his wickets and he looked very good. The Morning Crane saying congratulations to Kreshile. Batted really well. And so to all of you, it is the perfect time to declare, says Michael. Got some intel on what the ball will be doing. The pitch was gripping a bit, and now it's moving. So a lot of things will be happening. And Jaco Sneeman is saying if the ball moving, Yusuf and Moreki will come out blazing. And they blazed so much in that first innings as well. They were charging up at everything. So let us know what you guys think is going to happen as we start off this last possible innings of the match.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
We're coming back now. It's the final session of the day. No, it's the first session of the day. South Africa have declared, and it's going to be a job of 6 sessions of batting here for Bangladesh A. Mamadul Hassan Joy. He has a lot to do as the senior statesman of the team. Has a decent first-class average career, 54 games. In order for him to play well, he'll be hoping to change those runs to 3,000 by the end of the day, 97 runs behind. Cody Yusuf, 5 fifers. He becomes better every single season. Cody Yusuf got his international debut last year versus Zimbabwe. Here we start. Bowling to Mamadul Hassan Joy a little bit prematurely. We're back with Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. We are coming with Mega Live. It's the 3rd innings of the match, and it feels 6 like it is the last one.
Still plenty to play for. Because the 2 sets of teams will be in different minds. Possibly 1 or 2 players in the Bangladesh A side thinking about the next game. Do I make the next game? How do I play myself into selection? That's what an opportunity presents now. Almost brings an individualistic approach to the innings where you've got to be selfish about it. And from a South Africa A point of view, it's how quickly can we wrap this up? How potent can we be? And how disciplined can we be with our lines and lengths? Runs on the board, a full day to get all 10 wickets.
It's not just a full day, it's a full 2 days to try and get those wickets. But they're not planning to come back here tomorrow. Ideally wouldn't be the case. Yusuf bowled brilliantly in that first innings, and he hasn't let go of those areas. It was almost the same delivery that got Mohammad Naeem Sheikh in that first innings. I'm shocked they're only using 2 slips. They could put a 3rd in there. Even with a left-hander with their propensity to play off their pads and go to the leg side, you can put a player under the helmet and try to get it over quickly. Just over there. And so they push it away for a single. Zapamurek is also going to be very important as they come back for a second.
Interesting to note the leg slip. The man at 45 almost keeps the batter honest. In the back of his mind, he'll be thinking of that eventual short ball that Cody Yusuf has, and it's quite a slingy action that he has, so it can surprise you at times. Fuller. And so creates that bit of tentativeness as you see Naeem not fully forward on that shot.
My chat is, you have 522 runs, and you have 200 of those to play with in trying to get the wickets, give or take. And so you've gotten Mohammad Naeem out as he was defending. You give him space to attack, you'll probably get him out whilst attacking. I would take that mid-wicket into a short leg position. Because with the pace also that Cody Yusuf bowls at, he's coming over the wicket as well. The chances are, coming over the wicket, the ball will be played in front of square. If I was coming around the wicket now, that's a different story. The leg slip is a definite play. But for the angle that he's bowling at, having a fielder right under the armpit is a much more effective fielding position. So put both of them in there because you have 500 runs to play with.
It's a bit of a wide delivery to end the over. The first. Bangladesh A, 3 for no loss.
They really have so much to play with.
Yeah, it's sort of different innings, different approach, different conditions. And early on, a bowler like Cody Yusuf and Tsepo Moreki, you almost want them to use any bit of, or try find any bit of swing on offer. Those are the kind of bowlers that they are. Yes, you've got plenty of runs at your disposal. But you still want to ask your bowlers to stick to that channel outside off stump, almost drawing Joy and Naim into a false shot, driving onto that, so you leave that area vacant on the offside. Those are his numbers. Plenty of experience. Does bowl a heavy ball.
You know, I'm not going against that idea of you have to keep them bowling on that off stump. You make all the lines of attack a threat. That is my chat. You make the offside a threat. You make the leg side the threat. Because more often than not, when you are bowling so much on the offside, when that leg-sided ball comes, the instinct of the batter clicks instantly and they want to play that ball. That's why the leg slip becomes so effective. That's why that short leg becomes effective. And I even think back to a day when both Tsepo Moreki and Yusuf were for the DP World Lions against the Warriors last season. Jordan Herman is the best batter in the country in 4-day cricket domestically. First ball was on his hip and it was clipped to a short leg, bowled by Cody Yusuf. And so with that chat of the angles, you have the off stump there, you have 3 slips. You have your leg side trying to pocket around the corner, you have a short leg. You try to lap it behind, you have a slip. So the only way you can score these runs now, 6, is in front of square, because that's where all the landscape is. And eventually, with all of that land in front of you, you have to feel like you're going to take a dig at it. And with so many runs to play with, I really feel you can be a little bit more aggressive.
That is. Can't be more aggressive than that. On both sides, that is. Except for the part where Joy failed to make contact with the ball. This is exactly what they want. Draw him outside the line of off stump. That head is lingering over that off stump line.
It's a poor shot from Amidul Hassan Joy. He's experienced enough to know that that's what Moreki wants him to do. And he should know better. So now they've put 3 slips in. That's much better. That's what I'm talking about now. When there's so much green and acreage in front of you, you just throw your bat in there instinctively.
Perfect. That is a fantastic delivery. That will stay in his head, Joy. That extra bit of bounce created by the difference in pace. We were talking at length about the Bangladeshi A bowlers and the lack thereof in terms of pace. And when you've got a bowler like Moreki, who's got that heavy delivery, you can get that sort of delivery every now and then.
And he also
hits the surface and gets the purchase he's looking for. And bowled him. Oh, he's just set him up. A couple of deliveries, moving away, a shortish delivery just to upset him, and then the very next delivery on the money, on the stumps. That's their first wicket.
It's the same delivery that got Hassan Joy out in the first innings. Well, it doesn't mean that is poor. It means that the ball is just that good. Getting it to nip back in from an excellent length, from a wonderful line. Balls moving away, balls moving away. A length pushing him back and eliminating his feet. And his bold Mureki Mamadul Hassan Joy. It's 1 for 6 and 3 for 1 for Bangladesh.
And it has to be a surprise delivery. The one that goes into the stumps, that line that forces him to come forward. Tentative movement, top of off. And because as a bowler, you don't want to become predictable in any format. Going back to the point of a leg slip, it would have meant Morek is targeting the stumps on all 6 deliveries. But what has happened here, leaving that vacant area, it almost as a batter gives you an option to pick up a single. You're going to look for that single, a vacant mid-wicket area. You're thinking there's a wicket there, or there's a single rather. But what does Moreki do? Sticks to one side of the wicket, offside, 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 and eventually finds that perfect delivery.
It's a combination of both. It was a really good short ball, the ball before. Just nipped away, got that extra bounce. Now it brings Shahadat Hussain Deepu 3 centuries, an average of 30. And given from what we've seen from Mureki and Yusuf, he's going to need all of those numbers to work in his favors because South Africa are on fire.
And it's not always the ball that gets you out. It's the ball prior to that almost was the undone of Joy, or the undoing of Joy. Still got the 3 slips. Gully. It's been an amazing start. Perfect start. End of the over, 2 gone, 3 for 1.
It's very good from Mureki. Perfect over. And that's exactly the type of ball you want to deliver to the new batter because you saw the previous ball nip in prodigiously. And so your first instinct, with the angle that he attacks at, you feel like you have to play at the ball. So if it doesn't move, it gets the outside edge and you're still in trouble. But Hassan Joy was bitten on the inside edge.
There's going to be some required partnerships here. A different scorecard to what was in the first innings. Just the 4 players getting to double figures. Highest score of 23. Yusuf to continue. That's the movement. That's the movement that Yusuf is always looking for. As you've mentioned, both ply their trade at the Wanderers. One of the best surfaces in the country for fast bowlers.
It's going to be funny if both the openers lose their wickets in the very same way in both the first and the second innings. Mohamed Naeem received that very same delivery to get him out. So did Hassan Joy versus Gerald Kutsia. And he's just prying at it now, Naeem. He's prying at it.
It's a bit labored for me. Not quite sure as to what he's trying to achieve. There's no intent. There are certain nuances you look for, and when I look at Naeem and how he's looking to protect that off stump, standing in that slip cordon, I'm almost anticipating an edge. It's the lack of feet movement and no clear decision. Yeah, here's the call. More comfortable this time around.
What pressure are Bangladesh facing here?
Absolutely none.
Because that's the exact thing.
Absolutely none whatsoever.
There's zero pressure on anything that they need to do. So all they have to do in their mind is to just play their game. Was limping from yesterday. Shahadat.
Don't know if you picked it up, Deepu. Not too comfortable between the stumps. Full day out in the field yesterday, so there'll be some tired bodies there.
had a problem yesterday as well in the field. He had to chase down a couple of balls from the slip cordon. And as he was chasing down some of those balls, he couldn't because he had that limp. It was on his right hamstring, Shahadat Deepu.
Yeah, just look how he's just negotiated the single. Almost just hopping along.
When you're trying to play your most natural game, that's not going to help much. Especially in a day where it's going to require quite a bit of running.
On top of it, 3 gone, 4 for 1. None whatsoever. And going back to my point of it almost presents a clean slate for each player in this top 6. Try to play themselves into the next match. A defeat of this nature almost warrants a few changes.
Moreke bowling as well as he is. He's opting to come around the wicket to the left-hander. An attack that works really well for Tsepo Moreke, because that ball just gets through. It's one of those bowlers, after it pitches, it doesn't lose much of its pace, Tsepo Moreke, so he rushes you. We've seen that he can take it away from the right-hander, which means he can bring it right back to Mohamed Naeem, sharpening that angle, making it even tougher to play. Here he comes.
Love the angle. It's his natural angle as well. So there are some bowlers who you feel they are a bit uncomfortable, whether they're coming around or being asked to come over the wicket. Because of his action and how he looks to hit the surface, it allows him to have that angle, almost that Stuart Broad movement away to the left-hander. Then it's about the length that he finds.
Well, he's been finding the correct one since he started. Since day one, he's barely bowled a bad ball.
There it is. There it is. And then now as a batter, you're mindful of that one as well, that almost followed him, Naeem. And also you are wary that there's going to be a delivery that he's looking to move away from you to try and find that outside edge.
Came back sharply as well.
Played well as well.
It wasn't the worst length. It's a really good length, and it just picks up more from that length that you'd probably expect. So it did really well, Naeem, to drop those hands. And not even to proc at it, because that's the tendency that would normally happen. It's good bowling from Moreke.
Again, same area, but the elevation not quite the same. This one caught at ankle height by the wicketkeeper.
You'll actually notice that he was trying to move this one away. That's why from the point of release, the ball was already wide. Did get it to move away a little bit, but that's the issue when you're using your wrist to move that ball. The initial release follows exactly the line you're trying to move the ball to, which is why when he comes back into the left-hander, it's such a much more dangerous line. And so when he has to release it away, he needs to start much straighter. And I feel from that particular line, whichever one he chooses to go with, he's in play. The LBW is in play if it comes back in. There is an outside edge if it moves away.
And the problem is, yeah, for Naeem and Deepu and the rest of the Bangladeshi A batting lineup, is which sort of bowler they're going to look to target to try and get some runs or get themselves going. Being watchful and defensive is certainly not going to help them.
And when you speak of that point on who to target, if we look back at what happened in the first innings, no one gave anything. Delano Potgieter was the only bowler not to get a wicket. But Delano Potgieter, out of the 5 bowlers, is arguably the hardest one to hit because of the areas that he bowls. He doesn't give you much pace, so you have to generate the pace. The wicket is slower, making it even worse and making his style of bowling much more effective, like what we saw from Anamol Haq. So there are no gaps. Sepuntuli was spinning the ball on day 1. He was spinning it more than the Bangladeshis even. So there's threats everywhere.
There it is. Tired mind, tired body, tired shot. End of the over. 4 for 1.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
Difficult task. 3 slips, a gully, backward point. Wide open on the leg side. So everything is just saying we are going to be going offside. So they reinforce that offside. This is what I'm talking about, 6. There's no need to try and be conventional when the game is unconventional. 4 slips now.
Oh, there's a cry, and the finger goes up. It's the double bluff. It's the double bluff that is the undoing of Dipu. Saw the man being withdrawn from the leg side, brought out onto the offside, almost that gully region, and that delivery straight on the money. That's a second.
Oh, it's gorgeous from Cody Yusuf. It's not even gorgeous, it's basically perfect. That's what you want when you do a fielding change like that. And this shows the psychological warfare that the game has as well. It's in your mind that I'm reinforcing and I'm getting 4 slips, so the ball is going to be wide. Shahadat Dipu was not prepared for one that comes back into his middle stump. And he's gone for a duck. He's experiencing a different level now, different from that emerging team. These are gents who boss the domestic scene. That's why they're mainstays.
Look how wide he is from the crease, and so as a batter where you're seeing and picking up the ball from that angle, you almost have to be mindful of your off stump. Finds the gap this time around, which then brings out a new batter in Zakir. 4 for 2 now, Bangladesh.
Yeah, Zakir Hassan was leading the emerging team. He's a good batter, Zakir Hassan. Short, little stature, left-hander. That's why that average is on the higher 30s. He's played for Bangladesh before, has a couple of test centuries. Vastly experienced. He hooked one from Tsepo Moreki in the first innings. After being dried up for some runs, he thought he could take it over the top. He couldn't.
Well, here's your fielder. Here's your fielder now. Senogwan.
It makes sense. It makes sense, 6. He's right under the helmet, and the thing is, it's a wicketkeeper under the helmet, Stebang Detole. And so you have the correct fielder for the correct position. Zakir Hassan likes playing his shots as well. Shy for the stumps. It's a really good throw. But instantly, even the first ball 6, it brings that short leg into question. The inside edge pops up from the pads. It's a good throw from Gerald Kutsia. He's going to be a handful. It's a good ball from Cody Yusuf. And has actually played really well as well from Zakir Hassan. The advantage now is that Cody Yusuf has 2 left-handers that he can bowl to. liking his job versus the left-handers, and with that short leg, he can bowl all angles on the stumps.
Yeah, you see here, the message I get is that there's clearly a bit of homework they've done on Zakir Hassan, that immediately they employed a short leg. It's probably something or a weakness or an area that they've spotted that they can look to exploit, because as Naeem is on strike, that short leg is now been moved back. Both batters still fairly new.
Like I said, Zakir Hassan likes his strokes, likes playing the ball.
Maybe he's not too quite comfortable on that short delivery.
I think what they're doing is exploiting one of his strengths. In this game, 6, we said there's no pressure, but we know that South Africa wants Bangladesh to score. That's the only way they're going to get the wickets. If Bangladesh are leaving and defending, it's just going to be a touch more harder. Not impossible, but a touch more harder. When you have a player who likes playing the ball, naturally, if it's on the pad, he will go for the glance. If it's on the neck, he will hook you. That's Zakir Hassan. So you're playing on his natural instincts to try and score the ball. Maybe in a couple of those, he could have punched them through the covers. That's his game. And so when he hooked that ball by Tsepomorek in the first innings to lose his wicket, it was a good shot. It wasn't the right play, though.
Part of his job as a fast bowler is to force those errors, force those false shots, double bluff here and there. It's been another good over from Yusuf, backing up all the work done by Moreki at the other end. So it's pressure from both ends for Bangladesh, eh? Searching for their next single, their next boundary, their next partnership. 5 for 2.
Afif Hussain, Mahidul, Angkon, Naeem Hassan, and even Hassan Murad, from what we saw, they can hold their wickets together. And then after Murad, it gets a little bit shaky. So it's on these two to try and protect that middle order as long as possible from that new ball. But the issue is, we go back to the conversation you were having about the economy rates. Those economy rates allow the captain to control the match. And so if they aren't able to get a wicket this pair anymore, you can bring in another pair of bowlers and you know that you can trust them. And then you can mix up the pairs. Then you can do whatever you want in order to destabilize the batter's rhythm. Whereas if they were going for 5s and 6s, you only trust 1 or 2 bowlers. So Tsepomoreki here, a very trusted hand with 2 maidens in a row and a wicket.
Any bowling attack. Give them 520 runs. You almost ask them individually, what length would you operate at? Most would say on a fuller length, because they would feel they've got more chances of picking up a wicket sticking to that area, that sort of area where Moreki is now. Yes, a brilliant single picked up here. Intent for the first time we're seeing, drops the hands, a loud call of yes, and you sit at the other end. And now you force Moreki for the first time to think. There we go. Back foot punch, Naeem on the offside. And when I say think, yes, they're constantly thinking, bowlers and batters and players. What I mean is 6 deliveries at 1 bowler is what he generally wants, so he can set him up. But if you're a batter and you pick up a single first ball of the over, and then the very next ball is 3 runs, for the first time in his spell, Moreki now has to think.
You want to get into an automatic rhythm. Even batting, even bowling, to a certain degree, even fielding. You want everything to happen automatically. It becomes automatic from the volume and the loads you do in training and in practice, and it translates into the game. And so when you are in training and you are just bowling to the wickets with no batter there, that's the ball you bowl every single time, and so it becomes automatic. Zakir Hassan did really well, but also Tsepo Moreki must not think now that the over's lost.
Fuller, yes, you'll be driven. You've got the runs. Stay there. The captain will encourage him. Well, this is certainly some momentum that Bangladesh are looking for at this stage. The first boundary.
That's what I'm talking about with Zakir Hassan. He's a really good player. I like watching him play. He's been dismissed by 3 good balls throughout his tour so far. And so he's going to take the game on. But then at the same time, it also brings about a large sense of opportunity for South Africa. Because you don't have to be super defensive.
Sticks to his line. Yes. Get plenty of encouragement from his slip cordon.
His first 2 overs have earned him this over. He's gone for 8 runs, but he's bowled 15 deliveries. You're happy with that. And you look at how he was scored against also. Are they really bad balls? If you have 3 slips, you bowl a wide half volley, you are asking the batter to drive. If the next ball is a seemingly drivable ball, you have triggered the batter's likeliness to score more runs from you, and then you offer those mistakes. I think Moreki is bowling brilliantly, even in this over, even though it's going for runs.
Keep him honest.
It's very nice because it's also coming in towards Zakir Hassan, tightening that line.
Yeah, and he does well. Tucks his head in.
Deep fine leg being situated there.
Productive over for Bangladesh. Again, perfect delivery. Well played by Zakir Hassan. Soft hands, pushes it onto mid-on area. And so, a lucrative one. 8 from it. Or rather 9 from it. It's 14 for 2.
Small introduction of Zakir Hassan injecting some runs. But there's 3 wickets that have fallen. One of them being early in the morning, Delano Burgheder. Now, the 2 that have fell have just increased that. South Africa will be hoping that number can be as large as possible before we get to 10 past 12, which is about 55 minutes away until the end of the first session. Cody Yusuf, the way they're bowling here in Tsepo Moreki, you can't help but feel like more are going to come. Zakir Hassan is trying very much to counter that with his aggressive play. But how long until he makes a mistake? Because South Africa have too many runs to play with.
And there's many ways to look at it. A win is a win, albeit the circumstance. You could win it on day 3, you could win it on day 2, day 4. But having arrived this morning, first, Sheila gets to his 200 mark. Bowling unit would have agreed on a length, a plan, and how quickly they want to get into this Bangladeshi A middle order. That's the first box. and the honesty within and amongst yourselves is the realization that there will be a partnership at some point. And if he's scoring runs from you, and if he's ducking under the short balls, why not target his fingers?
Nasty extra bounce, especially to Zakir, who's been playing with a lot of confidence. And it hit. Oh, it's a nasty little hit.
He's in a bit of pain. And so, going back to my point, if, say, Bangladesh do return tomorrow, first session, they're still batting, there will be a slight disappointment within the South African bowling unit, having looked at how they fared in the first innings, and then they would almost ask themselves, where did we err or where did we go wrong in terms of our lines to allow them to have an opportunity to bat on until day 4. Yes, still very mindful that you might have picked up 2 early wickets, but there's always a partnership looming at some point in Test cricket or 4-day cricket. It's not going to be a case where Bangladeshi A is going to be rolled over cheaply, because there will be 1 or 2 players who want to stand out and put themselves in that second match.
And that's the thing. Just as much as you have worked hard to be there, they've worked hard to be here as well. And so you always have to give that level of respect to your opponents by putting your best foot forward at all times. Sometimes those moments are lost 6 where you are on top. And I don't know if this will be counterintuitive or not, but you're on top of a game. You are getting wickets in almost the same style, edge, this and that. And when a batter is out in the dugouts and ready to come in, they are also watching and assessing what's going on. And because when they train, the batters know which weaknesses to work on. When they come in now and bat, 3 wickets have fallen, it means that they know that they need to eliminate whatever the other guys have been doing. And so sometimes moments get lost when a bowling team have found a formula and then they stick to that formula even if it no longer works for them to drive that momentum forward.
You sound like a Ferrari F1 fan. Because that's where they stuck. They've got the formula for the actual car. It's just the formula to actually get it in front.
and that's what that's where those partnerships begin, where your 3 slips and gully are no longer 3 slips and gully-ing. So at least here, the ball is still brand new. And for the next 20 overs, it's going to be very active because Bangladesh are not hitting it that much.
Also, as a bowler, you are mindful that, and having looked at how Bangladesh fared in the first innings, it will possibly be short spells that you get. And with the fall of wickets and the nature at which they fell in the first innings, we could see extended spells here and then have Nduli pluck out the one end. As these bowlers will be creating rough for the left-handers, Cody Yusuf, and Tsepo Mareki, who's coming around the wicket, is creating the rough outside that line for the left-hander. So it's, yes, we would love to see spin option at some point, but as the captain and his fast bowlers, they must create that rough, if you were, outside that line of off stump for the likes of Nduli eventually.
But from eventually to now, they've now put in the short leg alongside that leg slip. He's no longer comfortable playing that ball onto that mid-wicket, and that's the idea. You try and eliminate all of the options, and you make him play the ball where his mistakes is going to activate your fielders. And since Naeem has looked less comfortable than Zakir Hassan by importing more pressure onto him, that's where he now starts thinking as a batter as well, and you lose that automatic process.
Final ball. Fuller this time. It's not convincing. It's not that I'm coming at you, I'm looking to drive you down the ground, I'm on top of the game. It all looks a bit labored from Naeem. 7 gone, 15 for 2.
Lack of confidence, 6. That's what it is. No feet. Even the body doesn't transfer on top of the ball well enough. It was there to hit. It should have been a boundary. But it's 15 for 2.
This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With Auto Bet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Moreka to continue. Mid on, mid off. Still has the 3 slips and the gully. Possibly at the back end of his spell now.
This is going to be a tough one for Zakir Hassan, because when it comes back in, that's how Janko Smith got him in the emerging game last week. Really good length, nipped back into him, hit his pads. The second innings one, he got an absolute jaffa, but it had that angle of coming in and just nipped away ever so slightly at the top of off stump. And it was all coming around the wickets to Zakir Hassan. He also got dismissed last around the wicket.
Catch it! That is taken. It is a plan that has worked. It is a plan that has worked. That's the third.
Having the player under the helmet with so many runs to play with just works. He wants to play these balls, Zakir Hassan, so you give them to him. He was rushed, because that's what we said about Moreki, that nippiness that he has. The ball just comes at you quicker than what you expect. And it's the ball coming back into Zakir Hassan once more that is his undoing. It was looking so good. And it seems like the real danger man for Bangladesh, because he was taking the game back to him. He's gone now. 8-4-11 for Zakir Hassan. It's a good catch from Zebang Ditole. Just popped up that to him. That extra bounce, giving him real trouble. And because it hits the padding, it just slows down towards Zebang Ditole. Makes the catch easy. Disappointed should be Zakir Hassan. Brings in Afif Hussain.
Just going back to my point, how do you convince Tsepo Moreki that your spell is done? He's probably eyeing another over here, another wicket. Also being mindful that by the time he returns, this innings could be wrapped up. So really at the stage, it's about how Afif Hussain can come in and just apply a bit of pressure, just much like we saw from Zakir Hassan, albeit gone, but there was a bit more intent into his short-stayed innings.
It's a perfect chance for him to try and increase that average from 29 into the 30s.
Good luck.
But, jeez, it's not looking good.
Good luck.
It's not looking good at all. And it's another left-hander.
And Ditole still kept there. Moreki. Worked away. Deep in his crease, Aviv. That's all he wants. Get off the mark. And he picks up 2.
It's an excellent ball from Tsepo Moreki. Excellent, excellent ball. There's 2 things at play. Whenever a new batter comes in, your job is to hit the stump so that you make him play. Make the uncomfortable batter play at every ball that you can. And the second thing is that because it's straying straight, that's what new batters wish to receive, so that they can clip it through the mid-wickets and get off the strike. Short leg is there. So good luck indeed to Afif here.
Bit of a surprise, extra bounce on his haunches.
Very nicely bowled from Mureki. That extra bounce is just a little bit of a problem. That's what he did to Hassan Joy. Got that extra bounce the ball before, and then he bowled a delicious one to the stumps, bowled him through the gates. Smelling a chair.
Two straight this time around. Perhaps beginning to tire.
Good thing to not get connection with the bat. But it definitely seems like a situation where Mureki can ask for another over. Remember, they had very little loads in that first game, so they're still pretty fresh. The real bowlers didn't even go out to bat in that long Virgil that South Africa batted for, so they're very fresh.
Some may argue that, with how times have changed and how prep has changed in first-class cricket, might have changed a lot over the years. Oreki, straight. Behind it was Naim. 8 gone, 18 for 3. Many times where teams are rolled over. And what you then pick up is that some coaches will then say, if let's say we've bowled out a team within 2 sessions on day 1 and each bowler got 8 or so overs, there's a net behind us. There's a net behind. Be as well after the game if you didn't come on, if you were a bomb squad member after the game, fitness coach will make sure you do a few shuttles just to get you there and there, or make sure you do your workload for the day. I think with all the technology available now, you can almost gauge how much, and in terms of kilometers a bowler can do in a day, perhaps 5-6 kilometers in a match, bowling the entire day. And then if he doesn't do that workload on day 1, it might come back to catch up with him later on in the match.
I think beyond even the fitness and the stamina work, it's keeping that sharpness, keeping the body where it needs to be, keeping the mind where it needs to be. And it looks very sharp here for South Africa, eh?
Jack's back in this one. That's the Cody Yusuf line that I enjoy in first class and with the white ball in hand. And a bit of a chit-chat here and there. That's the bowler he is. If he's enjoying Pretoria, if he's enjoyed Hatfield, if he were. I like that.
And he's not being overly aggressive in how he's doing it here, Cody Yusuf. Sometimes it's the bowlers would be a little bit too much on the batters. It needs to be subtle, just beyond their faces. And the way he did it, elongated his follow-through.
You don't really say much if you're 507 runs behind or ahead and you've already got them 3 down. There's not much Yusuf needs to say, just to keep line and length as it is, as simple as it is.
The ball is doing all the talking it needs here, Six. That's the real conversation at the end of the day. That's a very good ball as well from Cody Yusuf. You have to be on the torso. You have to be just between the armpits and the hips to get that guy working.
Here's another one to our conversation about workloads and shortened innings and shortened days. What have you if you're an opener who doesn't bowl and you go out first over? cutaway and a flash to the boundary.
That's a lovely shot from Afif Hussein. But listen to the slip cordon behind there. They are excited about this. They are happy about it. And it seems so counterintuitive, but that hard slash means hard hands from Afif. It means playing away from his body. It means getting used to the idea of doing that. And a mistake is around the corner, because a 4 doesn't matter if you are 500 runs behind. It really doesn't.
Maybe the Bangladeshi openers are doing rounds now. I've seen it time and time again where they're actually walking around the playing surface to get those kilometers in, to get those meters in. Will be quite difficult though for Bangladeshi, who spent the entire day fielding yesterday.
They did more loads than what they would have wanted yesterday. It could be punishment for them not doing what they needed to do then. It could be their fines.
Straight onto the hip. 4 from that over, 9 gone, 22 for 3.
It's good areas. It's good areas. There's no Jared Kimber, but those are very good areas being bowled here from Cody Yusuf.
As we anticipated, extended spells, which gives you a picture of how they will approach firstly this first session, as we give you a summation of the first 4-day game between these two nations. Bangladesh cricket flying high at the moment. I'm sure many youngsters will have been inspired by the performance by the senior team against Australia, and so Bangladesh almost have to play something similar, but they are still miles behind, as they are 503 runs behind.
It was the third and the fourth wicket partnership that were major for South Africa A. That tells you the importance of this stand, just like we said about the previous stand.
And we've hopped on at length and as much as we can about South Africa's approach, and for them it's just 7 deliveries that they're looking for in comparison to 503 runs that Bangladesh are in search of. And so wondering as to how Bangladesh want to get to lunch is making sure that there isn't more damage to that wicket column, but post-lunch some plan needs to be. They need to have an approach of some sort. Driven, half stop. And this game, beautiful game of cricket, often at times presents the unthinkable situations. Sri Lanka Proteas in Durban. Sri Lanka go on to win. Bangladesh bowl out Australia, form a partnership, and they win that match. Now, many cases of the unthinkable being done. But certainly 500 runs is a long way away.
Remember, Six, it's trailed by 500.
I'm very mindful of that. I'm very mindful of that, trust me. Hence that they are miles and miles behind, because yes, they would still need to put a target for the South Africa A.
And between these teams and the entire tour, including the emerging team, no team has been able to bat for as long as Bangladesh are required to bat in this innings right now. With the ball now starting to keep low, very much so now. We saw signs of it. That basically rolled through to Krishile. What are the chances that they will be able to bat for 170 overs?
At a rate.
At a rate.
That's the key thing. Batting 170 overs at a rate. can't possibly be playing for a draw here. As you say, 170 overs to survive. That's going to be a monument. And we say that could be their best option, Bangladesh at this stage, in trying to wipe out 503 runs and then add another 150, 175. It becomes a daunting task. But when you think of a draw, it sounds more realistic and more in their favor.
You know, I think the way you were initially looking at it, looking at the 503 runs from a mindset point of view, is the best way for them to approach it. Because think about it like this.
Short, easy, stands tall, Naeem. Sees plenty of vacant area on the leg side and it picks up 4. Intent.
It's a really wonderful ball. It's a really wonderful shot, rather, from Mohamed Naeem. It's the first shot where we've seen him look dangerous. Not the best short ball, because remember, Naeem is much taller than whichever other batter has batted before. That was to Zakir Hassan, perfect. Even to Shahada Dipu. Naeem is just a little bit taller. And with the ball rolling with the ball before, I think then the simple play would be to just go to the stumps, because he's been looking uncomfortable there as well.
Will he get another over as he's into his 5th, final ball of his 5th extended spell? Wayward. Overcalled. 26 for 3.
I think that would be the end. It's not like your other bowlers are not dangerous. You have Gerald Coetzee, who was the most dangerous bowler in terms of the paces the first innings. And so a change here to rest Moreki for another 5-6 overs for the next set of bowlers to bowl each. Comes back after 10 overs. He's still feeling fresh.
Post-lunch.
Then he'll be feeling good. Definitely wouldn't want to come back for a 3rd spell, because by then they want the game to be completed. So now the job falls onto Marcus Ackerman on how he manages his bowlers. Brings in Delano Potgieter to start off.
Which could mean Coetzee at the other end. Have a quick, short burst before lunch.
He's a fine bowler, Delano Potgieter. Not much of pace, but much of skill. That average of 24 tells you the story. Partners a 44 batting average. Proper all-rounder.
Oh no. It sounded. Maybe I'm just too excited at the moment.
You're ready for that braai on a Tuesday, 6. See you. It's a good start from Delano Potgieter.
It's off the middle of the bat, in fact.
Imagine. It's a really good start from Delano Potgieter. Also coming around the wicket.
Yeah, it also just looks a bit laboured as he runs in. Not fully charging in with a bit of pace.
Yeah, normally you would have Connor Esterhazen and the Lions standing up to him after 2-3 overs. But Naeem is fully behind his crease right now. And I think as time goes by, he'll realize that it's not the same pace he was facing with Moreki. And he'll start taking those steps. Much more conventional field too.
There's a cry, it's straight beneath the knee height area, and the umpire says no.
Definitely an inside edge. There's no other way. Otherwise, that was going to be a lot of trouble. Nipped back in, the edge saved him. But it was also a very lazy shot coming from Afif Hussain. That's the problem. It's a great start here from Delano Potgieter.
Bit of a shimmy. charging is Afif towards the bowler.
After seeing this, I'm definitely bringing in Gerald Kutsia in the other end. There's no other way. Takes a couple of steps down the ground, and when you just go into the stumps, I know we sound like broken records, keep on saying, you know, you attack the stumps, but that's why, because there's always something just waiting to happen. It's a good take from Snesemba Goshile behind the stumps.
Yeah, for all his efforts for scoring 200. All the effort of scoring 200, and every now and then you're asked to do that. It will be a tired body. A tired body.
Still keeps Afif on strike though. Last ball from Delano Potgieter. Dealt with by Afif Hussein. 26 for 3 after 11 overs.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on SportyBet. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Just makes sense that the bowling change would come now. Gerald Kutsia getting his bandana on.
The Karate Kid.
He's ready to become the Karate Kid. Comes a true Karate Kid with that ball in his hand. Took 3 for 31 the first innings. That average slowly starting to match his test average of 24. Very decent numbers for a fiery fast bowler, considering the fact that he started his career at a younger age. Got riddled with some injuries. And here he comes now, Gerald Kutsia.
And he's the sort of player who wants to be back into that Proteas setup. He wants to be involved this summer. He wants some of those Australian batters and the English batters. So how he does here is very important for him personally as well.
And the start that he had, that first innings, was excellent. Bowled a peach to remove Mamidul Hassan Joy. Today he's starting off on the money. He knew where his lengths were.
And it's sort of a role that 1 or 2 or 3 bowlers are almost fighting for the same spot. I say that, not almost confirming his spot in the team, Kagiso Rabada, but his partner at the other end. Apart from Marco Jansen, you've got Ngidi, Lazard Williams, Gerald Kutsia, a couple of guys who have featured over the past couple of seasons. And to get himself back into that reckoning is so important, not just for himself, but South African cricket as well. It's going to be a long, long summer.
South Africa losing the services of Andrek Nokia a couple of years ago due to several back injuries. You still want that bowler who's going to hit 150. Marco Jansen is in the mid-140s, which is good. Kagiso Rabada is Kagiso Rabada. Even his 130 deliveries look like 140s. He's just that good.
And how good was Ngidi in the final last year at Lords?
Lungi Ngidi, one of the best second-inning bowlers in the world.
And what we've seen as well with the Springboks is understanding that you're not going to win one match with one team, but you might win a summer, or you might win a couple of series here and there to get yourself to that Test Championship final, having used a group of players. You're not going to use 11 to 12 players to get yourself to Lords in 2 years' time. So it's going to be a combination of bowlers here and there, bowlers getting injured here and there. That's quick, that's short, that's over the wicket keeper for 4 byes.
Where did that extra bounce come from Gerald Kutsia? Even he's a little bit confused. And it swung after the bounce. It's not called wide. It's just 4 buys from Gerald Kutia. And you know what that does when you have a selection of players that you can choose from? Oh, it's not a wide. It's just Tsenesemba Qeshile got fooled by the ball swinging after it passed the batter. That happens quite a bit. The ball being brand new.
There's a youngster we're forgetting who lit up SA20 last season, Ngobani Mukwena. And so he'll also want to be part of that setup. So 12 gone, 30 for 3.
You know, speaking on that, you just think of the Dolphins by themselves. Tristan Lees, Banda Majola, O'Neil Batman, was in this team. Yusuf Moregi, Borgeter, all established in the domestic game. Moregi with 2, Yusuf with 1. Look at the maiden overs as well. They've just been able to control it from the start. And so when you look at it from a holistic point of view, with even the all-rounders who are excellent bowlers too, like Borgeter, what will happen is that now, when you open up the doors for new players to come into the team, it inspires other guys who have aspirations to make it into the team to start performing a little bit better. And what that effectively does for the domestic game is improve its standard and improve the quality of cricket that is being played. If your emerging team is scoring 600 runs, your A team is scoring 600 runs, what does that have to tell you about what you need to do to get into that team? If your bowlers are bowling them out for 120, one bowler is getting 3 for 30 odd. If you want that bowler's place in an emerging setup, let alone an A setup or the Proteas setup, how much better must you play? And what I love more, if you think of Tian van Vuren, you think of Tsepon Tuli, even guys in Div 2 who perform well, a Jean Duplessis, eyes on a George van Heerden. If you're looking at guys like that, it means even Division 2 guys have a chance. So even that improves.
Oh, we've got a beautiful story actually in that regard of Gideon Peter, sorry. Gideon Peter, who was playing Div 2 for the Inyati. Very quick, raw pace. Had a good season with Inyati, and now he's playing first-class cricket. And if he continues and finds a bit of form, he can then throw himself in that hat as well, as you mentioned. But the pecking order continues to grow. There's a Kwena Mapaka as well, where Janssen would have thought left armers, well, we don't have much at home in terms of left armers, but he brings something different to the team as what Kwena Mapaka would bring to the team, which is also different. Short, quicker, Curb Bosch also. So there's a lot of players who will be eyeing a game or two throughout the summer, which really tightens the Proteas bowling attack.
T20s are normally the gateway for new players to getting into the team setup, and that's where Proteas become more flexible in giving chances to new players. Just look at the team going to Namibia. None of the World Test Championship guys are included in that team, but it's still a good team that's going there. And so eventually, you look at what's happening with the wicket keepers, which is where I'm most interested in. It's a maiden over from Borgeter, 30 for 3 after 13. You look at the wicket keepers, for instance. The main men's team already have 3 that they were dealing with Quinton de Kock, Ryan Rickleton, Carl Vereni, Heinrich Klaassen. Heinrich Klaassen is gone now, but you look at those 3 top batters, top wicket keepers. Who's going to come in now from the SAA team? We've just seen Tsenesemba Qeshile, but is he going to knock out Kevin Verey, Carl Vereni? What does he need to do? No. What does he need to do to knock out Carl Vereni? He needs to get better. And what has happened? He has gotten better. And so, who's next? if Snese Baqeshile makes it into the next team, who comes in next? You still have Ntando Zuma. Did very well for the emerging team. He's going to take the space in the A team. What does Ntando Zuma have to do to knock out Snese Baqeshile now in this test team? Rivaldo Munsami has lost his spot in the A team. There's Keegan Leon Cachet, who's coming in through now. There's Connor Esterhazen, who's arguably the best of the lot outside of the Proteas team in terms of batting. And so that depth in itself is showing how much South Africa has.
Yeah, one might want to argue that after the not-so-successful tour to New Zealand recently, where, yes, we sent the likes of Moreki there and Oysterhazens of this world. Ruan de Swart was there as well as an all-rounder. That, our depth, was being tested there. We hop on and sit here and we talk about there's Williams, there's so-and-so. Yes, at the time, those who were contracted to the SA20 needed to stay behind. And so we sent almost a BC team to New Zealand. But therein, our depth was called upon to answer your question.
I think that was a wake-up call. That was a wake-up call. That
because what you find
is possible.
What you find, and what I've always argued, particularly between these two nations, New Zealand and South Africa, often at times when you see a new kid on the block coming out of New Zealand, he almost hits the ground running. It's never a he still needs to find his feet, or a Lockie Ferguson, maybe him, it was injuries. But whenever we see a new player coming out of New Zealand and being introduced to a test setup, he almost fits the glove and hits the ground running. Whereas on our side, there are one or two players who we've had to send back to domestic cricket. Even the brilliant Brevis needed to go establish himself in first-class cricket, as this one's driven down the ground. Aiden Markram, a couple of times, sent to first-class cricket. And so, yes, we might have a bigger pool, but is it concentrated enough to have quality coming in at all times?
And that explains why. That's a very good shot from Naim Mohammed. Very nicely done. Needs its credit. But what you look at from after that March 2024.
Yeah, on the shoulder.
That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt. It's a good ball from Gerald Kutia. But look at what has happened since that tour. How often were the A team playing before March 2024? And what have they done since March 2024? They have had at least 3 tours per year. This is their third tour this year. Played against India in India. They've played against England in England. They're now playing against Bangladesh here in South Africa. Last season, they went to the West Indies. New Zealand A came here.
Fuller over the slip cordon. Opens the blade, perhaps the toe end of it. Nonetheless, it's 4.
Well, at least he's starting to get into the runs now, Naim. And he's gone through the tough parts of his innings now, so he can start be a little bit more relaxed. Steady 8 for 3 after 14 overs. But as I continue, India have come here, they've gone to India, they've had West Indies A come here and go there, they've had Sri Lanka come here. You can catch everything that happens during the season in the Cricket South Africa mobile app. Download it for Android, download it for iOS. Don't miss out on the action and show your unbreakable spirit as a Proteas supporter. Tons of cricket happening this year. So if they've had 10 tours in the last 2 years, that shows that they are taking it seriously. And in that A tour, you have about 8 players who are core members of the team. And from those 8 players, Now they're starting to get into that South Africa team. Jordan Herman is gone. Ruben Herman is gone. Snetemba Qeshile is knocking his doors now because they know the standard that is required. If you are Gerald Kutsia and you like, if you are a certain player and you're like, how did this player go and I didn't? When you believe you are better when the season starts, you have to show that. And the entire pool, as big as it is, starts becoming a concentrated pool because there are so many games happening for the A team you can make it in. Now there are games for the emerging team that you can make it in.
Lunges forward, does Afif. Brilliant bit of work at backward point. Yes, 487 runs ahead, but still required to be as clinical and disciplined out in the deep. Yeah, having a pool can often be quite a tricky one. 10, 15 years ago, Australia had a number of fast bowlers. Patterson, Stark were still coming in, Cummins, Hazelwood. And the biggest thing then, it was their workloads. And I think, if I can remember correctly, they weren't allowed to bowl something like 90 to 100 overs in a month or something like that. Or the complaint at the time was that they had bowled way too many after an Ashes series. And so rotation was required. And often at times the trick there is, can you still keep that same level of pressure, intensity, world-class bowling? The question now is, who in South Africa is saying, I want that Kagiso Rabada spot? Because you didn't even say it in your example now. Who's going to come out in our first-class cricket and say, I want his spot, Rabada, instead of everybody looking for the other spot? Do you get me? That's where we need to get to. That's where Rabada needs to be challenged after 10 years of playing for South Africa now, because he's walking into the changing room and he's seeing youngsters coming in every week, every now and then, where he had walked in to the likes of Dale Steyn, to the likes of Vernon Philander, who shepherded him and then left him the ropes to be what he is today.
It's 38 for 3. After 15 overs.
Who's going to challenge him? Who challenged Jacques Kallis then in saying, I want that spot. I want his spot.
You know, Six, in your point, it's very valid.
And it's not unrealistic to say you want Rabada's spot. Good luck trying to take it, though.
Not at all. Not at all. But each bowling lineup and each generation of a bowling setup for each team has a core bowler that leads the bowling attack. No one in 2012 was watching the Proteas and saying, yeah, I need to replace Dale Steyn.
Why not? We still had good bowlers then.
Because some bowlers are generational. Remember, Kagiso Rabada has the best strike rate of all time. That is an all-time number. And so we are watching an all-time bowler every time Kagiso Rabada goes and bowls. Just like we did with Dale Steyn, who was the best strike rates, all these things. The average was insane for the time. And you take a step back before Dale Steyn, no one was saying, I need to replace Sean Pollock. Before Sean Pollock, no one was saying, I need to replace Alan Donald.
No, there was. There was Ngam who wanted to replace a Donald.
They did. They really did.
There was Ndini who wanted to replace whoever was there at the time.
That is true. That is true.
And you look at the level of first class then.
They didn't. They came in and they became really good seconds. Unbelievably good seconds. And so, with that one bowler, Kagiso Rabada is that one bowler who's the Glenn McGrath of the team. And if players aspire to get his spot, they will get better. But they won't take the spot.
Why not? That's my thing. Because ideally, we would love him to play all 8 matches this summer. Ideally. Touch wood. Past the outside edge. That's his first delivery where he's caused concern here, Kutsia. It's been a bit wayward here and there. He's just found his spot and he's found a bit of purchase through to the keeper. Because I'll go back. to these two players I speak of, Funeko Ngam particularly, because how he then gets into the Proteas setup is through an injury, right? But when he gets into the setup, it's not for him to find himself or find the ropes. So sad a situation that till today, Kuma Sangakara still remembers that spell of Mfuneko Ngam down in Cape Town in 2001. And what it says, go look at the bowlers who were bowling first-class cricket at the time. Go look at the batters, because your first-class bowlers are only as good as your first-class batters.
If Rabada falls, there's a couple of fast bowlers. Kutsia can come because he's 24 average, takes wickets, bullet fast.
Driven with an open blade, trying to find some gaps, in which he does. This one's driven nicely through the covers for 4.
Look at him starting to go now. Mohammed Naeem Sheikh. Didn't look good, but the pace that comes from Kutsia just makes it a little bit easier for the ball to go. It's a very nice shot.
Who said I want that Mark Boucher wicket-keeping role? There were plenty of guys waiting and who wanted that spot. And they were good. They were very good.
I haven't forgot. Don't stress. Need to appreciate a beautiful shot. But when you come back to that point, Kagiso Rabada is injured, gets a replacement. When Kagiso comes back from injury, he walks in.
Yeah, standard.
He walks in. And I think that's the point I'm making. It's that you can work to try and be a Kagiso Rabada, but bowlers like that and players like that are generational.
Put it like this. Australia's playing Bangladesh now. If Cummins were to be injured, does that bowling unit feel it? Yeah, he's not here, but we can still pick up 10 wickets. If Hazelwood is not there, yeah, he's not here, but we can still pick up 10 wickets as a bowling unit. If Stark is not there, yeah, we might not pick up the first ball of the first innings of the first match, because that's what he does. Stark, I think he's got 5 now, first ball wickets of a match. What I'm getting to is, if Stark's not there, Bolland is in. Scotty Bolland. And Scotty Bolland almost walks into any test bowling attack at the moment. That just shows you that that core group of Australian fast bowlers is so good that even though one of them might not be there, they can still pick up those wickets as the over comes to an end. But a bowling attack without Rabada, yeah, it looks slightly different.
It's conversation to be continued. It's the end of the session. 21 overs bowled, relatively short session, but we did have an innings change. 4 wickets gone, 3 of Bangladesh, and Afif and Naeem are doing pretty well in holding this together, and 6 and I are having this very strong argument. 4 for 69 for the session. Still a lot of work to do for Bangladesh coming into the second session. And if they continue what these two have done now at the back end of the session, means that when they go into the second session, it's going to be a lot of work for South Africa.
Yeah, it's going to be a long, long second session for both teams. Starting to see now perhaps the ball getting older. Not much in terms of movement. And so you would have seen how the captain started removing 1 or 2 slips to try and stop the flow of the runs, as a partnership has brewed. But this is how they started. Tsepo Moreki through the gate and picked up the first wicket. And then the second wicket, almost carbon copy. Stump to stump, picking up the second South Africa. It was always going to be how they use the new ball and try and get into the middle order. And a bowling partnership between these two that caused problems for the captain because it was extended spells that they got. Eventually, Tsepo Moreki finding the breakthrough again to pick up their third.
It's incredibly done to start, but then just losing that fire. We were speaking about moments. This is the moment that South Africa do not want to let slip from the start of their innings. But a star of the show this morning,
yeah, and it was a moment that was going to give us an indication as to how this day pans out. All of us were tentative in terms of whether they come out this morning having declared, or would they give him an opportunity to get to his 200, and which they did. Didn't take long. A couple of wickets fell at the other end while he was watching, but he knew his opportunity, he knew his time was coming. And as you've just said, a wonderful, wonderful double hundred, first-class double hundred against anyone on any surface is no mean feat.
Keep on avoiding the fact that shared the same high school. We were speaking about Hudson Park in commentary yesterday. Kulumango, who made that comment for us, it was really nice. Something is brewing in the waters there.
It has been for a while, because one of the longest playing first-class cricketers at the moment, Aya Kamane, is from Hudson Park. Mbilo Njoloza, who played for a very long time for Western Province. Jason Niemand,
commentator for SuperSport.
That's not about me. Jason Niemand, Ngaba Peter at the moment. I mean, last year against Australia, it would have been such a proud moment for the school having Ngaba Peter and Greshila playing in the same match for the Proteas.
And then you calling their games. Full circle. It's lunch. South Africa has taken 3 wickets thanks to Moreke and Yusuf. Naeem is doing pretty well now. He's gotten into a decent rhythm. But Sinetemba Greshila was the show this morning, coming in on 190 and converting his first 200 in first class and all of cricket. However, we go for lunch. It's going to be 40 minutes. See you then when we come back.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play SportyBet.
Umpire Bongani Jele. Umpire Stephen Harris. 198 first-class games between the two of them. Super experience in this officiating game as we come in for session number 2. It was a really good back-end first session for Bangladesh after a torrid start. Rashile getting 200 runs to rub salt into the wounds, then losing 3 wickets. But now this little fight back, it's seemingly a little bit healthy, but it needs to persist. Coming to you live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel, broadcast brought to you by Mega Live. Bindolo Makubane in commentary, with 6 Sochelelwa, and what a session we have in store.
Yeah, talking about the umpires, also good seeing Alauddin Palake doing his business. All the foundation laid by Erasmus, the unmovable Erasmus.
How good was the officiating, though, from Palaka? Oh, it was amazing.
So it's just a message to all the umpires coming up the ranks that when you do see the likes of Jelle, Stephen Harris, as you mentioned, 198 first-class matches, that it is a lengthy road. The number of hours they would have stood session after session, concentration on another level. It's not just 198 games where they can be out of form. As an umpire, you have to be on form at all times.
You can influence those statistics.
Quite rightly so.
You can give less wickets than deserve it. Can give more. It's even worse for the batters. They are the ones who are in trouble here, Bangladesh A. Here comes Cody Yusuf.
Edge and taken! Oh, that's a beautiful catch. Right on the money. First ball after lunch. Outside off. And they should be excited about that one.
Oh, Zubair Hamza. What an absolute grab. And you just coming out of lunch, you're still feeling a little bit rusty. Cody Yusuf bowls the perfect ball. And it answers with the perfect response from Zubair Hamza. What an insane grab, because that was dying down to his left.
That's the gap. Those are the margins. That is quality of the highest order. I say that because the higher you climb up the ranks, the less you get in terms of freebies that you would normally get in domestic cricket. And now you're playing first-class cricket against SAA, against test-playing bowlers. They're not going to give you too many bad deliveries, particularly after a break, because there would have been plenty of chatter. How do we manage to wrap this up today? And what a delivery. First up, after lunch, that's their 4th wicket.
And the higher up you go in the level 6, the more those half chances become definitive. And that was a half chance by Zubair Hamza. It was a half chance. Soft hands. It was a quick ball. It was dying on him, and he made it into a full-blown. You even saw that the batter was shocked that it was a catch.
Mahidul Islam, 55 matches, 10 50s, 400s, capable, got the talent, got the average. Does he have the partners? Does he have the will? Does he have anything to evade deliveries like this? What a grab, what a take, and why not? In fact, we should ask the producer to keep that on loop. Why not keep that on loop? What a fantastic delivery.
Mahidul Islam Ankon now. He's going to be hoping it doesn't receive more of those, but the way things have been going, those are the only ones that seem to be coming.
Is it not hitting the nail on the head on the conversation we just started about umpires always having to be on the money, concentration levels, first ball after lunch? You can't yawn, you can't wipe the sleep off your eyes and miss a delivery, because anything can happen at any given time. Say that about umpires, you can say the same about the players. Perhaps he was thinking, I can shrug off a few, get myself going again.
There was no leaving that ball as well. There was no leaving it. Ankon can leave that. You can say it wasn't going to hit the off stump, but are you sure? That's the makings of a good ball at the end of the day. Had to prod at it. But it's all compliments to that catch by Zubair Hamza. If it's not him, the catch is not, wicket is not completed.
Beautiful. Nice shape.
Had a little bit of trouble, Mahidul Islam Ankon, with the ball on his pad starting off his innings in the first time around. Really struggled, but eventually he got going when the main attacking bowlers took a little bit of a break. Had a chance to bat. But now the level is higher. Last week in the emerging game, he was the difference maker. He definitely was the difference maker for South Africa emerging, but he wasn't facing this level of bowling. It's not to say that the emerging bowlers are poor. It's to say that the guys who are in the A team give you less mistakes. So the application that Ankon needs to apply here is a little bit more than what he needed last week to save the emerging team. And he needs a lot more of it. Let's not forget also, Six, that it's that variable bounce still lurking. Variable pace waiting.
Worked away.
Those are the areas, Six, that Mahidul had issues with. And I think even though that's a single, that's where Yusuf needs to stick. And what a start for the session. It's 45 for 4 after 17.
Also something interesting here are the bowling options that they are Yusuf and Moreki, wondering how will they get the ball back into their hands to pick up more wickets, and here they are.
He's bowling really well, Tapu Moreki. He's bowling very, very well. He was at the DP World Lions, worked with Alan Donald. He improved his game. That's where he started getting his fifers, because prior to getting to the Lions, he had never gotten a professional fifer. Now he had 2. He's moved back to the Western Province last season. Now he's playing back at the coast, but it's hard to say that the experience and exposure he had working with one of the best to ever do it doesn't help him now. And he's so unbelievably consistent. He works with Rory Kleinfeld down at Western Province as well.
The one person you would have loved to have spent a lot of time with is the one person who's not there, who is Kagiso Rabada. Times you go and join a union in the hopes that you'll spend time together playing first-class cricket, but how often is Rabada available for the Lions? But would have spent a lot of time with Sipamla, who I think all three, Yusuf, Moreki, Sipamla, did a fantastic job for the Lions these past 2 seasons. Particularly having Ngaba Peter arrived in that white ball core group.
But Luso Sipamla is not injured. It's such a pity that his career keeps on getting derailed by these injuries. But we know whenever he's not injured, he's good enough to get to the Proteas, which is why he always gets back into the team. In the last recent years, his rhythm, he's shortened his run-up. His rhythm has looked smoother. His pace has kicked up even. That's why he's back to the South African setup. He performs for the Lions. It's scary business, especially at the Wanderers. And so it's a really good core that they had. And so he spent time with quality bowlers, Tsepo Moreki. Now he's quality himself. Always been, but now he's really tapping into it.
Also, good to have a Donald or a Kleinveld as your bowling coach.
100%.
But it also helps to have a batting coach in your setup that is Hashimamla, who you can go to as a bowler to find out many other ways of trying to skin a batter. It's all good and well to get Donald and Makaya and Ngam and all these former fast bowlers, but to also have information coming from a world-class batter like Amla can only do you good.
Think of the world-class, the class of batters he's bowling to as well in the respective teams. If your net session is bowling to Dominic Hendricks, who says you are not going to get me out.
Bavuma,
If it's Bavuma, if it's Connor Esterhazen,
Rickleton. And so you go to practice knowing you're bowling to test batters, guys who always want to improve their game. They will ask information from you because Temba will come if you find his off stump or top of middle stump. He will then come to you and ask, how did that come out of a hand? What were you working on? And that sort of information.
the team is much bigger than what we think.
First over since lunch from Moreki, a bit wayward. Wide outside that off stump, and it's 2 gone since lunch, 45 for 4.
The Australians will be coming over.
Casualties there. I think we may force some retirements there.
We'll all see it from the 24th of September.
I mean, Graeme Smith is renowned to have forced some early retirements. Michael Vaughan is one of them. Strauss is another. But there it is. It is a summer of cricket. It is a summer like no other. Australia, Bangladesh, England, SA20, domestic cricket, everything. Women's cricket, once-off test match for the ladies coming up as well. Tri-series starting this weekend. Whereas Luto Sipamla will be part of that setup. And what an interesting 12 to 18 months we have here at home. Because I say that, we have to go defend the Test Championship final and start preparing to host the world for that ICC Cricket World Cup next year. So what does it mean? It means something is up for grabs for everybody, if you're in the red format or white ball format.
Can you believe? 24 years ago now, the last time we hosted a World Cup. Doesn't seem like that long ago.
We don't want to remember that one. We don't want to remember that one.
Hey, it was a rainy day.
Please, please, those 3 words we still trying to understand. Duckworth, Lewis, and Stern, please.
Yeah.
I mean, the one image that still sticks with me, apart from Donald dropping his bat prior to that, Sean Pollock crying, Kingsmead, or close to tears if you were. Makaya Dini sitting next to him, all looking bamboozled, not knowing what is going on. Yeah, it feels like a lifetime ago.
My hometown, Pietermaritzburg, got to host a couple. Not doing it this year now. What a loss. But
Because of the extended venues, hosting it across 3 nations, Namibia,
100%.
Zimbabwe.
100%. And some good venues that will be hosting it. I like the fact that it's going to East London. It's
It is
not
always going to go. Home of legends, come on.
Mr. Hudson Park here.
And we got some games in 2003, if I'm not mistaken.
Since then, because it was purely South Africa, almost everyone had a taste, including even Potchefstroom. But it makes sense, going to Zimbabwe, going to Namibia, you're inviting them to this unofficial Africa Cup as well. It's really growing the exposure of the game. And that's what you want to see. The FNB Stadium in Namibia recently built, had an upset last year, defeating the
Please
South
don't go
African
there.
team. Hey, you must. We are broadcasters. We must be objective.
Yeah, it's still, I don't want to say developing. I don't want to say a resurgence of African cricket, if you were. But back then, 24 years ago, the likes of Kenya were still flying high in terms of international cricket.
Mr. Steve Tikolo.
Tikolo, you say, Mr. Steve Tikolo, I was with him 2-3 seasons ago. We were with him covering the Africa T20 Cup in Benoni.
Yes.
Seeing the likes of Mozambique,
Rwanda,
Tanzania playing cricket. Kenya was there as well. Zimbabwe was there as well. Nigeria was also touted to come. I know the likes of Lawrence Matana was involved there coaching. Peter Kirsten, if not mistaken, is also coaching in Africa. So as the 19th over ends, 48 for 4, really perhaps this is a chance for Africa to speak as one and really find themselves in terms of cricket here on the continent of Africa.
It takes a big nation hosting the small nations for everyone to grow. Bangladesh A is coming to South Africa. They're experiencing brand new conditions, foreign conditions. And so the test is on the batting lineup here who are not finding good success. But this is what it's about. And this is why I really appreciate Australian cricket, to be very honest, hosting relatively slow, weaker nations, because in as much as their loss in the first test match versus Bangladesh became a worldwide laughingstock, it should be a bravery. They should be given a stamp of bravery for giving a chance of a team smaller than them to have bragging rights over them. If South Africa lost that game versus Afghanistan, for instance, where we had 2 super overs in the T20 World Cup, Afghanistan cricket grows, but that was in a World Cup. Now imagine if South Africa hosts an Afghanistan. That is growth for Afghanistan, but also opening up room for ridicule for South Africa if South Africa loses. And so for the Proteas to send out their team to this unofficial Africa Cup, it's a long chase for Ackerman. At least he stops it. If they send this team, Namibia beats them, Zimbabwe beats them, but they win the reverse games back, then the world is not going to say South Africa beats Namibia and Zimbabwe. It's going to say Zimbabwe and Namibia beats the Proteas, regardless of which team it is. And so that's what the world game requires. More teams, bigger teams, hosting the smaller teams. That's why when I say Australia, you think of Bangladesh, you think of West Indies last year. You only open yourself up to that sort of ridicule if you give the space for smaller teams to grow. And that's why I really admire this series emerging A and the main Bangladesh team coming to play here in South Africa.
Clipped away nicely through the gap on the leg side. Rolls away. And it's a boundary that they'll welcome. Bangladesh. Yeah, there's many ways to look at it. Growth. I mean, there is the Asia Cup.
Yes.
And you're almost ask yourself, has cricket really grown in Sri Lanka, being included in that Asia Cup? I say this because if then, as you applaud Australia for hosting Bangladesh, which we also will do in a month's time, it's always for me, how often does Australia go to Bangladesh? That's the question. What does it mean for an Indian side, a full-strength Indian side that goes to India to Bangladesh? What does it mean? Oh, it will always mean something to the players. But you want it to have a ripple effect from fan to locals, who will then understand that our team is of a standard, and therefore that standard we need to upkeep at all times, particularly when we've got visitors like Australia, because what do you want? You want them to return. And you want them to return with a full-strength side. What is nice about that first test win for Bangladesh? What's nice about it is this one's just guided towards third. A slight chance here and there. Stephen Smith is there. Marnus Labuschagne is there. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, they're all there. That's what made it sweet, because if it was a less than Australian side, the win doesn't have much weight. And what has forced that teams consistently pick their best sides is that all teams after 2 years want to go to Lords. That's what's changed Test cricket now, is that the game demands that at all times you play your full strength side. Things could have gone horribly wrong as this one's played nicely, convincingly. Past backward point for 4. Because South Africa doesn't go to the World Test Championship final, a lot of blame would have been put on the likes of Moreki and Yusuf, who went to New Zealand. It was already starting to bubble up. And so what Janssen and Rabada do in Centurion to win against the West Indies, that last-ditch effort partnership, then secures them going to the World Test Championship final. So if the strength is a concern to the ICC of Test cricket, it's important India, Australia, England go to these nations. I know England just recently visited Zimbabwe, where they actually paid to come and play. England coming to play Test cricket in Zimbabwe, beautiful for the people of Harare. Oh, fill up that stadium. This one, top edge. Falls safe. It's the first short delivery which they've looked to play.
Yeah, especially with the wicket first ball of the session, you would think that it would just change the way that they are doing. But that previous over from Tsepo Moreki was relatively expensive. 3 boundaries, going for 15 runs, really feels like it just boosted the score, it inflated the score. But feels like they are still in their shell a little bit here, Bangladesh. Because how do you approach this, honestly? It's such a tricky thing to approach, especially when the score is this big. Because you will get shouted at for being aggressive because, well, why don't we bat out the day? And you'll also get shouted at for being conservative because why did you lose your wicket defending?
You're not going to survive on the surface. Let's just agree on that. Having looked at the uneven bounce indentation that you spoke of, divots, if you were, that were already quite visible yesterday. Coming to the ground this morning, the first thing you're concerned about is the batting side or those who are to bat today. And then you standing in the slip cordon as one of the openers and you start seeing the ball being caught at ankle height, shoulder height, ankle height, shoulder height. Then you start worrying. Then already you have to make a decision that there is no, I don't want to say no chance or no point. There's always a point you drive
no
to.
chance. Yeah.
But to go out there and be on a defensive mode, like we know, there's a cliche in cricket, one's got your name. One has got your name. So on a surface like this, that one must come having established yourself, having gotten a start. And once you get a start like Naeem, you've got to be so selfish to not give away anything because you know how hard it is to start.
We always say you play for your team, but cricket is one of those funny games where sometimes if you play for yourself, you are playing for the team.
It is, as much as it's a team sport, it's still very much an individual sport. What you do individually helps the team. If you don't do your job behind the stumps as a wicketkeeper, you drop catches, we fall back. If you're a bowler and you're not finding your lengths, we fall back. Catch and taken! Oh, what can he not do? What can he not do? Batters absolutely bamboozled, the umpires convinced, and the players, they're celebrating.
Half chances at a higher level become full chances. That is the name of the game with these two wickets. In more other games, these would not be chances. They'd be dropped catches. They wouldn't carry, that go for boundaries. What a ridiculous catch from Snesemba Qeshile, because it's dying on him as well. And it was the well-set Naeem, 4 boundaries. He was starting to look good. And now this is big problems for Bangladesh. If they were not apparent, it's South Africa injecting them, because what a grab.
So a big part of his criticism, Snesemba Qeshile in first-class cricket, when you compare him to the likes of Carl Verena, it's always the conversation behind the stumps. It's always these acrobatic skills that perhaps the other one possesses over the other one, and the ease at which they stand up to the stumps, how they keep behind when it's a spin bowler. And so these sort of moments are so important for Qeshile. Bat, done. But behind the stumps, still need to be very, very much neat and tidy to really keep yourself in that conversation, or put yourself in that pecking order. Establish yourself right behind Carl Verena. That is a fantastic grab, that.
It brings in Naeem Hassan, a more capable all-rounder, but when things are like this, it's just going down on a spiral here, 6. Especially when a catch like that inspires the entire fielding team, it inspires the bowlers, it makes them believe that whatever comes, happens. But it is an amazing grab from Snesemba Qeshile. And these are the types of things that make the rounds in the fraternity of cricket. Everyone will be talking about, did you see that catch? Just like everyone was talking about the Ntando Zuma stumping. Did you see that stumping?
Oh, that was neat. That was beautiful, that.
But then it gets undone by dropping an easy catch. Snesemba Qeshile missed an easy stumping yesterday. So it becomes those things of keeping tight of the simple stuff.
Hello. Hello. Fishing for guppies, Naeem. 21 gone, 65 for 5.
Oh, it was a crazy grab, this, from Snesemba Qeshile. You never say that it just batted a full day to move like that. The anticipation for the ball. He was almost where Lex Lip is.
There's something you're not picking up just there. Just there for a second, Qeshile would have lost the ball. Would have lost the ball because the ball is coming across the left-hander. From point of release, from the point of release, that angle, and from when it bounces, for a slight second, he would have lost the ball, Qeshile. So then it's anticipation. Having kept wicket for so many years, he knows that ball's always coming down the leg side. He's not going to straighten. Then it finds the edge. It slightly evades you as well. So then you have to launch yourself. Wow.
The things that confidence can do for you.
Confidence.
It's really good from Gashile.
Lovely. I just want you to have a look here. From point of release. Point of release, wide on the crease, bounces short. He loses it as it goes past the batter. Look where he catches it. From where he was standing, right behind the stumps. From there, loses it, shuffles across, extends himself. A fantastic catch.
It's very good. It's very good from Gashile. It is the specialist position in the game of cricket, and it's for reasons like that. Because it's the fact that it also got an edge that sends the ball downwards as well. Now you're asking hand-eye coordination to come in. But like I said, when your confidence is that high, especially after scoring 200 runs and a good-looking 200 runs, you feel like there's more that you're going to give, and then before you give it, you feel like everything that you can do, you will execute. And more often than not, you do. I think Moreki here can be a little bit tighter on the stump.
Fuller as well. Fuller as well. He's got plenty of runs to play with. All looks nice, carrying through to the keeper. It all looks good. But essentially, if you've got a team 5 down, you want to be a lot more full and a lot more tighter than that.
You have to make them play. If they're going to leave, you're not going to get them out unless if they leave a straight one. What are the chances of that happening? So even if you're as tight as the 4th stump, since they are looking to play sometimes, just make sure that you are making them think that the ball is going to hit the stumps to activate the bat.
Back foot punch. And we talk about growth. A year ago, we were applauding the health of English cricket, or Indian cricket, if you were. I think they had sent a team to South Africa, and they had a team playing in England concurrently at the same time, 2 separate series and 2 separate teams, but still a quality Indian side. How nice is it to have Bangladesh playing against Australia in Australia? They've got an A side here, they've got an emerging side here, and I tell you what, that Bangladesh under-19 setup, they are no slouches. Our under-19 side has struggled against that under-19 side for over 10, 15 years.
There was a little tournament played in Asia as well. Bangladesh under-23s were involved in that, playing the likes of Malaysia. They have an under-19A setup. Because the Asia Cup has an under-19 Asia Cup and an under-19A Asia Cup. Those are solid structures, and you are not surprised that now Bangladesh cricket are producing the type of bowlers that they are producing. The issue, though, is can they produce the type of batters that can win them test matches? Because they won that first test match thanks to Tanzit, that century at the top of the order. Can they produce high-quality batters? It's the end of over number 22. It's 65 for 5. And so you will see that's the issue. When Mamadou Hassan Joy broke through, it's like, yes, we've got someone. When Mohammad Naeem came through, it's like, yes, here is our Tamim Iqbal replacement. But it could never happen. Zakir Hassan was the same. Let's start with the top of the order. He's going to be the Tamim Iqbal replacement. It didn't happen. They're not scoring runs here either. Again, it's Bangladesh losing 5 wickets, and it's their top 5 again. You at least want one of your top 4, one of your top 3, sticking as long as possible. So now the job where they needed to protect the top order, it didn't happen. 2 gullies and 3 slips for Cody Yusuf. Clipped away off the pad. It's going to be a chase for Tsapomoreke. Lets it go for Gerald Kutsia. They're going to run 3. Good intent for Naeem Hassan, but Cody Yusuf is not happy.
Yeah, just to continue our conversation about growth. I mean, it's 26 years since Bangladesh got test status. I think I remember them in their first test matches. Their blazers were so big, they were so short. By build, people of Bangladesh aren't the tallest, aren't the biggest. So I still have that image of them, and I still remember their first test match. Or the first test match I ever watched was Bangladesh, South Africa in East London. This is 2000, 2001. Here's an interesting point. It is only 1999 that they established a National Cricket League. And a year later, they were playing their first test match. So in actual fact, it's 27 years of first-class cricket in comparison to the likes of South Africa, Australia, England, who've been playing for eons. So that's the challenge that they also have.
But the emergence of Bangladesh cricket, and it did stagger, their growth did stagger late 2000s, early 2010s. Big Tuks, I remember they were touring with an 18-year-old Mushfiqur Rahim. Their senior batter was a Mohammad Ashraful early in 2003, 2004. And so you would have thought that by the time they get to 2014, they would have at least gotten some more level of establishment. But it's only now that they are starting to grow exponentially. And you juxtapose that to an Afghanistan. It feels as if you have an Afghanistan versus Bangladesh test match, you're going to have a proper contest. But the foundation of how to build a team and how to build a unit can easily be taken from Bangladesh because they're the most recent to do it.
Almost like a model.
Exactly.
And what they've done in recent years, I think as early as 2012, 2013, where they established the Bangladesh Cricket League. So they've got 2 leagues. It's the National Cricket League, which was established in 99, 2000, and then in 2012, 2013, established the Bangladesh Cricket League. The Bangladesh Cricket League, and the idea behind it was almost to just condense the better performers from the National Cricket League to have them playing separately, almost like a Div 1, Div 2 situation that we have here at home.
The only thing I have an issue with the Bangladesh Cricket League, there's only 4 teams, but they play each other only once. And that is the sad stuff. It's the end of the over here. 68 for 5. And so they took the best players from the north, east, south and central zones. And I really feel with such a concentration of players, you should try to make them play as often as possible. They won't have issues facing a Yusuf, a Moreki, a Potgieter and Kutsia. But when they're bowling this good, it becomes a problem. Potgieter has not conceded a run in his 3 overs. Cody Yusuf has taken 3 wickets for just 19. Moreki. See how far this takes him. Wouldn't mind that mid-wicket being a little bit shorter than where they are, to make a defensive shots a scary shots as well. It's off the hips for Naeem Hassan. Oh, what a stop. What a great fielding efforts from Tsepang Titole. That's commitment, that. Great commitment.
As if they are behind the game, as if they are defending 20. That's the sort of commitment you want as a bowler, because it tells you to go back to the top of your run-up and produce an even better delivery, because your players are still in it, albeit being 455 runs ahead.
It's the small things that count in this level if you want to go up to the next one. The dropped catches of the first innings are a thing of a past now. The fielding has been exemplary. Even the catching has been toppest of top drawers.
Cut away hard. Freeze the arms does Naeem, and he picks up 4.
It's a little bit wide. That extra bounce hitting the top edge of the bats for Naeem. His runs have all been sketchy, but they are runs nonetheless. A wide and short delivery from Tsepamureki. Backward point doesn't have a chance. More little runs adding on. Naeem Hassan, though he may be 9 for 4, doesn't look too convincing right now. Tsepamureki in his last couple of overs just giving away a little bit of runs. Gave away 15 in his last one. Still with 3 slips and a gully. Tsepontuli is warming up. I don't think that's a bad option at all. Because, you know, when we speak of right-arm off-spinners, which is something South Africa lacks, by the way, when it comes to right-arm off-spinners, they're normally known for their defensive work. From what I saw from Tsepontuli, he's one of those rare kinds who attack the stumps, attack those pads, attack the outside edge, bowls at good speed. And I was really shocked with the amount of turn that he got from a day one surface that was just using a 40-over-old ball. And so him warming up, change of pace, making the batters think a little bit different.
And also the reluctancy perhaps from, as this one's played nicely. Oh, Naeem just leans towards it. And he picks up 4. Knowing that at some point you've got to bring in your spin bowler. But also thinking they will probably play spin better than having to face up to Moreki, Yusuf and Kutsia.
Yeah, because when they get it wrong, the ball is coming at pace. So just meeting the ball at the right time is going to send it to 4. That's exactly what happened there with Naeem Hassan. The most convincing of all the shots that he played. It wasn't the best ball, though, from Moreki in return.
Because on a day 3, day 4, you almost anticipate a period where it's just one end spin, the other end fast bowling. I see that. Moreki's into his 9th over now. The beauty is that they've already picked up 5 wickets.
It's been a surprisingly long spell as well for Tsepamureki. He bowled before the interval, bowled straight after the interval. Wouldn't be surprised if this may become his last over. He did give the breakthrough that he needed, so at least there's a positive in what he did. Be nice if he gets another one with this.
Beautiful, straight at the stumps, and that's the wicket. Bongani Jele wastes no time. That's their 6th.
A commentator's blessing. We've heard of curses. Commentator's blessing. Tsepamureki, straight full. It was almost the same ball that got driven down the ground, but he just gave it slightly more width. It came back in this time for Naeem. He didn't have an answer. In situations like this, he's gone for 13 for 8. But I'll be very honest, 6, I don't mind this innings from Naeem Hassan. When the situation is like this, go gung-ho. There's literally nothing to lose but a match which feels lost already. But that is plum. That's very plum. Wanijela is not going to waste too much time on that. One of the esteemed umpires across South Africa. But it's wicket number 6. Stepo Moreki to be cut. That probably makes him ask for another one. But from a strategic point of view, it would be wise to give him a break. But bowlers are bowlers, 6. We want that ball.
Greedy.
We love it. It's not greed. It's love of the game. That's what it is. You got it all wrong. In comes Hassan Murad. He defended pretty well in that first game. He was very staunch. But they're going to need to bowl still strongly. Doesn't matter if it's number 8 coming in. Every wicket changes everything with Play Sporty Bets. Here in this innings, every wicket is changing everything. I feel like it's not even changing anything. It's just solidifying what feels like it has been inevitable. 78 for 6. Play your sports with Sporty Bet. Here's Gerald Coetzee. That makes a lot of sense. Tries to finish it off early. Who wants to spend tea at Tuks Oval when you can spend tea at a restaurant?
And also, an interesting task. I say task, probably he sees it as that, Gerald Coetzee. This one's driven to the covers. That it would be a role that he almost plays in the South African setup. If I'm looking, if he's in the setup, Janssen, Rabada, they pick up early wickets, and then he's required to come break a partnership, Coetzee, or come at the back end and come and enforce yourself at the lesser batters or the tell, if you were.
You've just ticked on something that just flies over so many people, and it has to go with the managing of the players. Ooh, that's a lovely ball. That's a good ball. But we speak of Coach Wande Gwavu. He's a super coach. He's won tons of trophies with the DP World Lions. And he's the reason why SAA don't lose series, because he's their coach. So what I love is how he sets up players for the next level. Gerald Coetzee, by all intensive purposes, should be bowling new ball here. He's the most threatening, he's the quickest. He's the most senior and he's bowling amazingly. But when he does take the step up, will Gerald Coetzee get the new ball? Chances are no, because Marco Jansen, like you said, and Kagiso Rabada are so solid with it and they complement each other well. And so most likely he will be the first change. And that's what they're using him here as. And so to understand what role a player will be filling at the top part of the chain is one of the things that go unnoticed. Marcus Ackerman, they know Stubbs is at number 3. We know that we need a number 4 and number 5. So Marcus Ackerman batting at number 4, batting at number 5. Reshile keeping the wickets, coming in to bat at number 6. Given those responsibilities are the same responsibilities he'll have to fill when he goes up to the top of the South African team. So it's very good man management from Coach Gwavu.
Clipped away. Yeah, they often say play what's in front of you, play the situation. If an opportunity presents itself like this, which doesn't happen quite often, you can almost play around with simulation, where you say, Coetzee, I'm going to hold you back. I'm going to give Yusuf and Murek an opportunity to break through, but your challenge here is to wrap the tail up, break the partnership if there is, And just get yourself into rhythm again. Get yourself into rhythm.
He did so well. The lengths that he's bowling in this over are exactly where he needs to be. It feels unnatural for a bowler bowling this quick and being this tall to bowl those lengths, but that's what he needs. Great stop from Tsepang Ditole. Very good bowling this from Gerald Kutsia. It's tentatively played also by Murad. It's the end of over 25, 81 for 6.
Speed is nothing without timing. And timing is everything in rugby blitz. Play it now on your sport today.
A lot of wickets have fallen, and they are falling in quick succession, which is the big issue. The first 3 wickets falling. It's fall. It's another thing when they fall in clusters. That's the situation that Bangladesh are finding themselves. The key wicket now is Mahidul Islamankon, who's currently on strike. Tabumureki, after that last wicket, gets the ball again. Of course he does. 4 wickets remain. Very good ball, just nipping back into Mahidul Islamankon. And with that movement that he's getting, this ball is going to force Ankon to play the next one. He's going to have to play the next one. So all you need to do is to just either bowl the same ball or be slightly tighter, because he will play it, unless if your length is wrong. Gonna have to play it.
Still feel he's a foot or 2 short.
I think the previous ball, the way it did, it afforded him to bowl fuller. It afforded him to target the stumps just slightly more. And we can't say he can't do it because he's been really good today. The way he's manipulating his lengths to get the batters to do what he wants. But I really like the angle of attack that he's using here. Wide off the crease, sharp, getting the ball to move into the right-hander too. So working the bowler, working the batter. Okay, you've played. Let me give you a widened one now so that you can induce that mistake that I want you to make. So it's still good awareness here for Islamankon to let this go. So even the comment section are saying, yeah, but attack the stumps, because they will leave these balls which are wide.
Other comments coming from South Africa or Bangladesh? Again, shorter.
Our commentator, M Sports, he's been with us since the start of the match in day 1. He's not really a fan of defensive cricket. He likes teams going at it.
Baseball kind of guy.
Of course, he can let us know. Hassan Murad, he scored 8 of 51 in the first innings. So keeping himself out there is not something that he has a problem with. Islamankon as well faced 400 deliveries last week. But he needs, it's on the bowlers to make the play here.
Problem is, helter-skelter cricket doesn't last long. Where's baseball now? Much better, Moreki. Where's baseball now? Where's McCallum now? Yeah.
No need to be spicy, 6.
That charge was necessary for Test cricket. That
Yeah.
period was necessary for Test cricket. But to sustain it at that level has proven to be a difficult thing. Yes, you find opportunities, I often call them windows of opportunity, where you've earned the right to then attack. It's all good and well to say we want to play positive cricket with intent. We're trying to have a team identity. Can you negotiate the first hour first? Can you enforce Rabada for a second spell? Can you bring Moreke for a second spell as the openers? Because essentially that's your job. As the 26th over comes to an end, you are to make sure that the openers come back for a second spell before lunch and you are still there.
Because if you don't, this becomes the situation.
This becomes the
They
situation.
feast. And Yusuf and Moreki are the two opening bowlers, and they are the one who have all the wickets right now. South Africa just need 4 more.
If it was 8-1 for no loss, Moreke and Yusuf wouldn't want the ball at this stage. They'll be looking at their spin options if they were. And because they've done well, that energy gives you that extra boost. You still want to do more, you still want to charge more and pick up an extra wicket, because both stand a chance of picking up a fifer.
So, oof, that's a little bit devilish.
And you think you're going to bat until tomorrow, close of play for a draw.
Yeah, good question. that's
never gonna happen.
It's not easy. No, it's not easy. but think, you look at Marcus Ackerman. He scored 256 from 237. He started the day 6. He was on 80 from 88. There came a point where that strike rate dropped to 80. Because Bangladesh were bowling so well in the morning, he respected that. He didn't score boundaries. He took 2 singles and over, just worked the bowlers over, waited for his opportunity. And that's why Zubair Hamza lost his wickets. That patience wasn't there when you compare it to a Marcus Ackerman, because Hamza scored 8 more runs, but those were 2 4s. What about all the other balls? That built the pressure. Marcus Ackerman was patient, but he took his 1s, he took his 2s. When the fast bowlers returned for their second spell, when the spinners had to bowl a marathon spell, who was now on top? It was Marcus Ackerman. That's why he was able to change a strike rate of 85 and revert it back to 115. Scoring 215, 230 balls. You have to earn that stripe, like you said. Would we consider what we watched yesterday, scoring 600 at 5 runs and over, baseball cricket? It's just good cricket.
So for me, baseball is not necessarily about totals. It's the approach to the game. It's Duckett falling and Brook comes in, plays the same shot. Brook goes out, Root comes in, plays a lap shot. And then you've got Rishabh Pant also, who would almost fit in like a glove with baseball cricket. It's how. There's a method to madness as well at times.
There are certain fundamentals in the game that require the respect. There's the reason why they are cliches. It's because they are what it is.
Because what did Australia do when they went down for the Ashes, England? First over, put a man out in the deep cover point, deep square leg. Okay, get your boundaries now. Go get your boundaries now.
And then it disappeared. So the point is, yesterday, South Africa batted at nearly 6 runs to the over. But at no point did you feel like they were playing baseball kind of cricket. It felt as if they played good cricket where they earned themselves the right to smash the ball.
I'd love to see the pitch map, because it will tell you everything you need to know. The lengths at which Bangladesh were bowling and how many balls were hitting the stumps from Bangladesh and how wide they were from the stumps as a result of that. 27 gone, 81 for 6. Yeah, Bangladesh, they need it. South Africa perhaps didn't want it. They want a continuation of what has happened since they took a decision to declare this morning. Eshila given the opportunity to get to his double ton. And since then, it's been up to the bowlers, Yusuf, Moreki, and now Kutsia trying to pick up his first wicket. 6 wickets they've picked up in a session and a half, or a session and a quarter. Looking to wrap up proceedings this afternoon, South Africa. Well, it's a sorry-looking card.
It's so many single digits. Naeem was looking sketchy. He started going into it, but sometimes it takes moments of genius to change the momentum of the game. That partnership was starting to look dangerous, but Eshila's catch was out of this world. Oh, Al Fahad Iqbal is not going to be there. But South Africa using their 2 opening strike bowlers, and they are striking. You were speaking about who they target. Potgieter is the bowler who's least striking. However, he is hard to get away, bowling 3 overs and 3 maidens. So that just shows you that there's no gaps.
But if I'm Potgieter, fine, attack me. Good luck getting 400 runs, because eventually there's going to be a ball. Or there's going to be an opportunity. That's the beauty about cricket or test cricket. It's about waiting for that opportunity. The sad part is that you have to wait every ball. You have to watch every single ball to eventually get to that opportunity. And so the patience, or the patience part of the game comes in. That, yes, you've got them 6 down, but there's a guy who's on 18 or 41 balls. Murad could be on a duck after 50 balls. But eventually it's going to happen. It's about that patience and waiting and sticking to your plans and sticking to your lines. And as a result, South Africa on top of the game now.
Let's see. Bangladesh still trail by 444. It seems like a long day, but the way South Africa is going, it might be a short one.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on SportyBet. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Yeah. 81 for 6. 444 is what they trail by. It is tough. Some comments asking if Kutsia has reached test form as yet. You tell us, Cybersecurity Pass, does he look like he's ready? He got 3 for 31 in that first innings, and he's been looking really good. His lengths that he's hitting today are excellent. Just hasn't gotten the wickets. Some stray deliveries every now and then. But after that rust is gone, the second game next week, I'm sure we're going to see the very, very best of him. Ashwan Isirohia saying, hey, Kotsia's a good bowler. He really is. His test average is 24. So, of course, it's going to be a good bowler. It's a tough pitch. Yakos Neyman saying he'll give Potgieter the ball again. He has 3 overs, 3 maiden. So let him get a wicket. And spoken like a fortune teller, Yakos Neyman. Here's Delano Potgieter. It's a good selection. 3 balls. Down the leg, they find an edge. It's wonderful. Delano Potgieter, with arguably the worst ball he's gotten, gets the wicket. Cricket is a funny game, and it's all South Africa having the laughs. Bangladesh not seeing the joke. 81 for 7 now. And it's the big wicket of Mahitul Islam Ankon. What a great ball. Oh, it's not a good ball. It's a good catch from Snetsemba Qeshile. Yet another one that slides down the legs. Ankon is gone. 18 from 42. It's the second time a ball that is going down the leg side takes a wicket for South Africa A. And maybe Ankus Neyman, you need to charge that rate. Excellent call. Dilano Potgieter down the legs. No reason for that to be a wicket. Good feet from Qeshile. Great wicket for South Africa. They needed a break. That is Animal Huck coming in at number 9, and now we are fully into the bowlers. Averaging 8, his best score 49. Not a lot to speak of, but there might be if he's able to do a good job here. But what rates as a good job in this situation? It's hard to tell. Ball sliding down the leg side. Can you believe it from Dilano Potgieter? Gets the wicket. Indeed, DW. Indeed, DW. Poor ball sliding down the leg and it gets the wicket. How often do we see that? We see that more than we wish. New ball to Animal Huck. Onto the back foot. 6 Sojalelwa comes back to rejoin us. Snetsamba Qeshile with yet another good catch. Can't stop that one though, slides down. It's gonna slide down.
I'll leave you for a second. This is what happens.
Of course. Maybe you must leave me more.
That's what you
Oh man. But Dilano Potgieter coming back. He's been bowling really well. We finally talked about him just before the drinks break that he's a hard player to hit, and he bowls his worst ball and he grabs a wicket with it. That line, half volley, has to be a 4. How often does it take an edge, gets caught?
Well, in a performance like this, you almost wonder which team walks away satisfied, which team walks away with a great deal of hope. That's where we're at now. Trying to establish of the two camps who would be satisfied with this performance, who would be disappointed. It's quite clear who would be disappointed of the two. But South Africa, what do they walk away with here? How much have they learned of themselves? Because ideally, in preparations like this, you want the likes of Coetzee to be bowling 20, 25 overs to really get themselves set up for the summer. You want Qeshile to spend a day out there, keeping wicket, bending that back, 90 overs on the field. Those are the concerns when a match is one-sided like this. And that, yes, you've got the victory, yes, you batted once, scored big, guys scored hundreds, but there are 1 or 2 who will walk away, and then selection then becomes a slight predicament for a South African coach in this instance, because you look at your openers, they failed, but you only batted once. They failed, but they only batted once as a team and as a unit. And from a Bangladesh point of view, do you make these wholesome changes, or do you hope that they will be able to rectify those mistakes? driven on the back foot through the covers. You don't see that a lot. Oopsie.
Last player who'd want to get injured. It seems like something he can deal with, though. Marcus Ackerman has a little grin on his face.
It could be a spasm with the length of time that he spent out batting, but he seems like he has landed on the ball.
Oh, that thing is not nice.
And it's the conversations we all wonder, do they happen as we anticipate, where coach is quite clear, quite transparent before the series even starts in saying you will play X games, or you will play all games, or you'll play the first game. I know in lengthy tours like the Ashes, they will release the squad for the first 2 matches and then have a look at the squad again, because they know there will be 1 or 2 players who will struggle. That's the nature of the game. Oops, oopsie, oopsie, fends it away.
And that's why I'm happy that at least these 4-day games are not once-off. At least it's 2 games in 2 different venues where you are expecting to test different phases of the game. At the end of the day, even in international cricket, 2 best teams playing against each other, one team might have a really bad day. And then situations like these come about. And so the question is, when the responsibility is on you to go and score 250, it's on you to go and score another 200, will you be able to make the team bat once?
Clipped away, almost helped towards fine leg. Well, did Australia make wholesome changes? They didn't. They treated it as a big loss, historical loss, front pages. Perhaps the Prime Minister of Australia is not the happiest at the moment.
History books even.
But life continues. Life goes on. That's the game of cricket, and that's what you enjoy, having a squad of players, I don't want to say at the back end of their careers, but experienced players, because they're able to pick themselves up within a week. Stark won't be dwelling on that loss. Hazelwood won't be dwelling on that loss, but Animal will be dwelling all over that. 4 more.
That was really nicely played from Animal Haq. It's good space, it's good bounce from Gerald Coetzee. But with that additional pace that he bowls at, and he's been bowling pretty quick this match, Gerald Coetzee, is that even a little prod on the ball will just send it flying. He reaches out for this one. Gets the middle of the bat. Look at how far that flies. Could have been 6.
Wanted more. Missed everything. 90 for 7.
I agree with that approach now. These are the last 4 batters who are batting now, because it's the top 7 who have lost all of their wickets. And again, it's that issue of no one at the top just containing their wickets and making sure that they can anchor the innings. And again, the issue of just losing wickets too quickly. It's 4 wickets in an hour.
Every 20 minutes.
Ah, it's too quick.
Every 20 minutes you're losing a wicket in Test cricket. You're not going to make it past 3 sessions.
It's rapid. It's rapid. It's quick math, that, by the way.
Hudson Park, thank you very much.
It's 90 for 7. It's not looking too good.
So those are the challenges that a coach, a selector has to be mindful of. I speak of that series again, Australia, Bangladesh. Labuschagne is in a lot of trouble at the moment in terms of selection. Do you include him or not? And it would have been a perfect chance to drop him after a loss like that. But then it would then almost feel like it is on him that the team lost. But they see it as a collective. They brush themselves off and look towards that second Test match and look at Stark and what he did to Bangladesh there.
So even here with this two-match series, although this game is completely one-sided, South African coaches can look and say, this Marcus Ackerman chap is the real deal, because sure, you'll say that 250 against a weaker team is equivalent to 100, 150. But when you play it the way that he did, when you are playing at a lower level, you need to showcase why you are at a higher level and you must dominate. That is as dominant as a batting innings can possibly be from any 4-day player.
I think Animal is in the PGA Tour at the moment. Looking for a birdie. How good's your golf?
I don't know if it's any good, but I know a lot about it. I don't know, was he swinging a 3-wood? How many yards? Yeah, that's a proper shank, that.
Full and straight. Everything behind that Animal.
It's a nice little putt down the ground.
A putt down there. I like that. I like that.
It's amazing how playing a little bit of golf makes the cricket ball so much bigger when you come in and you go in and bat. I'm not much of a golfer. I'm not much of a batter. Oh, gone! Shoved back onto the stumps by Hassan Murad. It kept a little bit low from Dilano Poetgieter, but it was on target. Middle stump is taking a lean. And it's 92 for 8. South Africa need 2 more wickets to close off what would be a massive innings victory. Al Fahadon is still out there, and it's Hassan Murad who goes 2 for 15.
Did you tell the listeners we had a bet? A sporty bet. We had a sporty bet between us.
You called it. You called it.
Just based on the pitch report we did this morning and how it almost played while Sheila was looking to get to his 200, you could almost feel it was going to be a procession at some point. Yes, there would have been a resistance here and there, as all is the case, but looking at that surface, the up and down, such was expected. With all due respect to Bangladesh, that is. Not seeing them as slouches. Yes, we advocate for such tours, we advocate for such experiences because it's for the betterment of Bangladesh cricket and also South African cricket.
Al Fahad comes in at number 10, the 19-year-old. He was swinging for the heavens in the first innings. It's his very first-class game as well. Al Fahad, it's not the game he would have wanted to be his first. It's not easy out there, neither with the bats nor the ball. Could possibly be the last wicket as well because there's no Iqbal Hussein Iman.
2 slips, Gali.
And from an injury point of view, you ask then, what value would it be for Iqbal Hussein Iman to come and bat here with his injury? It's the end of over number 30, 92 for 8.
Selection, again, we're going to hop on about selection because it's going to be a talking point for both sides. You're a bowler like Ntuli. Yes, you got your off breaks that you operate here and there. But it being a second innings or batting second innings for Bangladesh and you're yet to bowl, that's just going to be a concern on his side personally, because as a spinner, come day 3, day 4, you almost assume that it's my day. Give me the ball. Let me be part of the game. Let me enforce myself onto this game. And as you see there, he's yet to bowl. And I doubt that he will get a bowl today.
Yeah, when you see him as a bowling this well, 6, finish the game. That's what you said this morning. It's all about coming in and making the day as short as possible. At the end of the day, even on a day 3, day 4 pitch, the seamers still have to bowl. And so if they're bowling as well as they are, it's for them to capitalize on the conditions that work for them. And if they can't, it shows that they might not be ready. Because I liked the word you used earlier on when I was speaking about Coach Guavu using the roles. Simulation. Trying to simulate what you're going to find at the highest level of the game. And these are parts of what the game does give you. And so when it's your turn to raise your hand, just like it was for Cody Yusuf and Tsepo Moreki this morning, how high can you raise that hand? Because imagine if Yusuf takes 3, Moreki doesn't, and then Kutsia comes and takes 4.
Down the ground, into the hands and out. In and out. He's going to have a word with him. He is a fast bowler. He's hurt, and so why not? Let me go ask him. Manicure, do you want to take it for me? You want to take me? No.
Literally told him, I'm coming for your head. That's what he literally told him. You don't want to mess with the Karate Kid. It's excellent reactions. Because he was on his follow-through. That ball came back quickly.
Yeah, but he's telling him it doesn't hurt that much. And it's off the meat of his bat. So you're going to have to try more. Give him more power. And you can expect this to be a lot faster than the... In fact, he's coming around the wicket. He's coming around the wicket. It's first-class cricket, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Upish, cuts it away. Survives. Survives, animal.
It's so funny that you know exactly what's coming. And there's still very little you can do about it if it's executed perfectly. Great ball from Kutsia. Coming around the wicket. That is thick outside edge. I would have said that's well played, but that's a thick outside edge.
But he's brave as well.
But
He
he's
stood his
brave.
line, he stood his ground. He didn't back away. Al Fahad, the youngster. Rearrangement of the field.
Look now, Al Fahad has to take the fire that Animal started.
Here you go. Kutsia around the wicket. Short, and it's hacked away. Al Fahad. Kutsia will not be happy about this. He will not be happy about this. 1 bounce for 4, and the chat continues.
Yeah, he's earned himself one to the head as well, Al Fahad. But from what we saw in the first innings, he swings for everything. Exuberance of youth. It wasn't the best ball either, also from Kutsia, right on his chest. It's exactly where you want a short ball to be, because that's in the arc. It's a good hit from Al Fahad. It's a really good hit.
Kai, let's have some fun, Gerald. Short again. Al Fahad replays his shot, and Kutsia is trying to look for that ball. Entertainment.
But you know what?
What would the game of cricket be without fast bowlers?
Oh man, life of the party. Fast bowler to fast bowler. And you know what? Al Fahad, no. At least Al Fahad is not a batter, so he knows that this is not his responsibility. And I like how he executes his role. Final batter comes in, let me just swing for the heavens. Let me see if I get my 50.
Yeah, one might argue that Gerald Kutsia got carried away in that over. Perhaps he could have gone fuller, double bluff here and there, but the chat continues. I don't want to be part of that WhatsApp group chat.
Did Al Fahad just say that you're going to need to bowl better?
He's alluding to what I'm saying.
I think that's what I heard.
Because he got slightly carried away there, Kutsia. He's already done the hard part of the over, which is rattle him. Now, how about question his defenses?
I was honestly expecting a double bluff against Al Fahad, at least for one of the balls. Because if he's going to swing for the heavens, it means that there will always be a gap between bat and pad. And he's getting the ball to shape a bit here, Gerald Kutsia. Compliments to Tuks Oval. The ball has been moving throughout the day, and it's been giving the batters something to work with as well, because it's been playing pretty decently. You don't just score 600. So going for the stumps for someone who's trying to swing like that is always a good play.
Yeah, just to also wrap up our conversation about players understanding today is your day, tomorrow it's my day. the expectation that Ntuli should be bowling or your spinner should be bowling today. It also speaks of your maturity as a player and also the understanding between you and captain. A similar situation like this, with the experience that he has, Keshav Maharaj would have already had 5 or 10 overs to see if there's anything on offer for him. And I think that's where my argument was, that there might be slight reluctancy from bowler to inquire from captain. Okay, Animal, leg side, in the air, airborne, and it's a maximum. That's 6 more. 100 on the board for Bangladesh. Eventually.
Eventually. It is just swinging. That's what you need to do. A short ball from Dilano Potgieter. It was well connected from Animal Haq. Very well connected. He stepped into the shot. Trying to finish this, he had to take on Cody Yusuf, a deep square leg, and he won that battle. What's the name of the cameraman sitting over there?
Again, leg side, Animal, airborne. That's the challenge that at times as a player you almost have to accept and be part of. And understanding that, yes, there is a plan, there is a bigger plan, but the match situation dictates at the moment that Yusuf, Morege, Potgieter and Kutsia operate.
But I actually, thinking about it, your point makes sense.
Airborne, it's in the air, Potgieter looking for the 9th wicket and it's taken. It's comfortably taken in the deep. All smiles South Africa. And there'll be anticipation just for a second whether the final wicket has been taken or the injured batter will come out to bat.
Seems to be stationed out there, Animal Haq, so we are going to get our final batter, it seems. And it is Al Fahad. Swinging, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. That's what happens to Al Fahad. 1 boundary, it's the only runs he's going to get. Easy catch for a great fielder like like Marcus Ackerman. And Iqbal Hussein Iman is going to come out to bat. Last wicket for Bangladesh. From no wickets, he now has 3. It was a slower ball from Dilano Potgieter. He's very good with the white ball. And up it goes for an easy catch. There's last wickets left. Iqbal Hussein Iman saying, I'm going to come in. And you see, Yakos Neyman in our comments was saying the same thing. Why not bowl full? Their technique is not great. So it's an easy wicket. Now you want to bounce the guys. Just hit the lens, and that's exactly what happened there with Dilano Potgieter.
Hitting him on the head, what is he going to do? For the match situation, yes, you've rattled him. You've done your job. He's lost his concentration. Now, added on, he's fearful. He's fearful of a charging fast bowler towards him. He doesn't know whether it's going to be full, short, straight, wide, and so he's tentative. Iqbal Iman.
19-year-old Iqbal Hussein Iman. So unfortunate we didn't see more of him bowling.
Potgieter looking for his 4th. Play of the match? What do you,
Oh man, what a question
is
that?
that an obvious one?
I don't know why you would ask me a
tricky
question
one,
like
eh?
that. What?
Oh, we can treat it like the rugby's greatest rivalry trophy, where it's split in half. One goes to Ackerman, one goes to Keshile, one goes to the back to end the over. Wide called, in fact.
All that's left is for us, we should have seen a fifer. Add more, split it into threes. But really, it's hard to say not Marcus Ackerman. It's just amazing. Because he saw off the pressure from day one afternoon, the dusk period. He saw off the early morning where Bangladesh were on top. Then he became on top.
Oh, that's a heave. Agricultural heave, that is. Iqbal looks leg side, looks long, and it picks up 4. Good shot.
111 for 9. And honestly, now I'll throw in Utsabontuli. Give him something to do. He's the one who got Iqbal Iman in the first innings anyway. With that kind of shots, it's funny enough. Caught by Senokwane. One, 111 for 9.
Yeah, this is where I want his maturity to kick in, Kutsia, and his test level experience. The fun is done, the short ball stuff is done. We're looking for 1 wicket here. Animal still on strike. Around the wicket, Kutsia. Again, he's short. Again, it's pulled away by Animal.
Yeah, it's important to just put the ego aside now. To finish the game. It's good enough to do it. Bowl it to the stumps. Is he testing out something different? Is he testing out something new? Could be the possibility. But the right word you used, maturity. Stay calm, then you do what you need to do. The most rational thing to do is hitting the top of the off stump. They will swing, hits one in the air, they will miss, hits the stumps.
Outside edge and easy as you like. Easy as you like. Zubair Hamza at backward point. And that will be that. That will be that in a session and a half. A complete performance by South Africa's bowling attack. Led well by Tsepo Moreki and Cody Yusuf. Plenty of familiarity between the two. Shared responsibilities from the Lions into the setup. And how they started with the new ball. Troubled the openers. Brought in Joy, who Bangladesh would have felt they are the most experienced batter. But they were up against Cody Yusuf, Tsepo Moreki, Gerald Kutsia, and the likes of Potgieter, who really bowled well.
Just attacked the stumps. What an awkwardly taken catch by Zubair Hamza. But it was a catch nonetheless. Gerald Kutsia did show his maturity. And just like that, getting his wicket. It's a well-deserved wicket for Gerald Kutsia. And what a game also for umpire Bongani Jele. Barely makes mistakes. He's a quality umpire. And for his 100th match, he'll have one more day to just relax and kick back.
And an afternoon from today.
It is an exceptional performance from the start of day one. An innings win and 400+ runs. That is complete dominance here. And questions will have to be asked by the selectors on how they maneuver. And that's the one seat I certainly don't want to be seated on right now, because when you show dominance like this at a lower level, why not get the knock and get the seat when the actual Bangladesh team comes to play here in South Africa?
Also, as a coach, after a loss like this, you don't want to make too many changes. Those changes need to be well thought out. I say well thought out. Do you have enough in your squad to come in and make a difference? Or is it horses for courses? Are you making changes because, like I said earlier, it was agreed upon prior to the series that you play game 1 and you play game 2? And so it'll be interesting to see in that regard. Also, selection in cricket is dependent on the surface. Yes, one or two players might be out of form, which a change is required. But more often than not, it's about the conditions that you're going to be faced with that determine your selection.
We're going to see. Those are the questions that need to be answered. But for now, it was the South African bowlers who had all the right answers for the match situation. As you're just drinking your tea. Six, wonderful day of cricket.
Thank you, sir.
Blessings. Let's have a great one. Thank you to the team, and we'll see you again next week Sunday.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.